away like butterfly to what you admire. Only you can hinder you from truly reaching triumph. I'm destined for greatness because I imagine that. My skin light, but baby, I am blacker than black. I got a mean code switch voice for work type black. I'm so black that my pale teacher called me a nigga in the middle of class. And I just sat back and laughed because that word don't make me boo. It makes you miserable. Don't gotta go to the circus to know it's clowns in there. Honeybee, you deserve all you desire. So fly away like butterfly to what you admire. Only you can hinder you from truly reaching triumph. I'm destined for greatness because I imagine that. My skin light, but baby, I am blacker than black. I got a mean code switch voice for work type black. I'm so black that my pale teacher called me a nigga in the middle of class. And I just sat back and laughed because that word don't make me boo. It makes you miserable. Don't gotta go to the circus to know it's clowns in there.
Grand Rising. Oh, we back at it. It's Monday.
It's Monday.
And we know what we're here for. We are on week 2 of the Nature Boy trial. Godmama and I decided to take the weekend off. So we are not up to date on any of the testimonies that were given after our last live, which would be the full Aaron testimony. It would be the expert cult leader testimony or expert cult whatever guy. And then also Kendra. We also have Kendra's testimony that is getting edited and released hopefully sometime today. So first things first, everybody in the chat, hi, how you doing? We see Leighton in here. Leighton said he gonna be listening because he got a rising routine to stick to. I know that's right, Leighton.
Let's go.
Okay, I see Hubby in the chat. How you doing, Hubby? We got Lady Still is in the building. Ooh, we Tracy by Nature Reloaded. Oh, we Vicky's in the building. How you doing, Vicky? Our mod squad 504 girl is here. Please hit the like while y'all are here. Oh, wait. Well, we kind of want to get right into it so we can get caught up with the testimony that's going to be aired today. We have been giving sources that Court TV will be airing it, but on the side of caution, we're going to stick with Nick at Night because she has given time. I'm not sure how much money, but she's also taken the time to edit the testimony so that way we can just play it all the way through. So if y'all have already watched all of this and you just want to hang around and chit chat with us, hey, we welcome that. If you guys have something else you want to catch up on and have us playing in the background, just make sure you hit that like before you put the phone down.
Please. And also make sure, because we're gonna try to go through this as quick as possible. And in the cult expert testimony is almost 2 hours. Aaron's testimony is right over an hour. And like Lurk said, we're waiting on Kendra, and I'm sure that's probably going to be an hour or more with her testimony. So the plan today is, just to give you guys a plan, the plan today is listen to the whole of the cult expert testimony, give you guys 30 minutes to kind of chop it up, say how you feel, what you saw. Then we're going to transition into Aaron's testimony. After that, give you guys a little 30 minutes to come speak your piece. And hopefully by then we'll have Kendra's testimony, and then we'll flow right into that. And then after, we'll drop the link again and see if you guys have anything to say. So my recommendation for today would to be get you a notebook so you can write down your questions, you can write down your concerns, anything that stood out to you in a testimony, that you want to come sound off on. Notebook, pen, best friend today. Best friend. Rich Rise, so bomb, Rich Rise. But without any further ado, I think we're ready. Are y'all ready?
I'm ready.
I'm ready, Freddie.
I've been ready. I had a nice restful weekend. I am ready to get caught up.
Yes. Shout out to Nick at Night.
Yes, huge shout out again to Nick at Night.
Formal education in the subject at hand is not a prerequisite for expert status. Also, in the U.S. versus Wilson case. What is this? 2015 U.S. Appeal Lexus 21756. The, hold on.
I literally sat through 2 hours of this testimony and it
The
disappeared.
reliability, I can determine the reliability prong under Daubert based primarily on an expert's experience and general knowledge in the field. Also, the opinion of the expert witness can be based on study and research. So, further, Mr. Ross has been declared an expert in Georgia and in various other states and in federal court on the subject of, let's see, coercive, I think it was coercive persuasion. And he has outlined the principles and methods that he's relied on, including the writings, the criteria, 8 criteria, thought reform, 3 stages of coercive persuasion, and exit costs. So I think he has enough specialized knowledge to testify in this area, and then you will have full latitude to cross-examine the witness, Mr. Booker.
Okay, Judge. The only thing I would ask the court, I guess, to instruct the witness or how you want to do that. I think it's a dangerous position where he's going to base his testimony on videos that he's watched, where he's relying on what someone else has said that we're not going to get a chance to cross-examine. And so I don't think that would be a proper area. I think he should be limited to only his opinion based on what he is actually, and people that he spoke to in this case.
I thought experts could rely on other information they obtained during the court. I mean, that's
Information, other opinion-based information from other lay witnesses on YouTube.
I didn't, the rule doesn't specifically say YouTube. You can cross-examine him on that, but I do believe, let me look for the authority on that, but
Okay.
expert witnesses are generally allowed to testify based on hearsay. So your opinions can be based on hearsay. That's my understanding of the law, unless you have a case that says differently.
I don't think it would be hearsay based on not what they watched on YouTube. You might have watched Saturday Night Live, just based opinion on that.
Well, I think all of that is fair game for you for cross-examination.
It's 703.
Rule 703. Okay. What does the rule state?
It's a long rule, but it says the facts or data in the particular proceeding upon which an expert bases an opinion or inference may be those perceived by or made known to the expert at or before the hearing. If of a type reasonably relied upon by experts in the particular field in forming opinions or inferences upon the subject, such facts or data need not be admissible in evidence in order for the opinion or inference to be admitted. Such facts or data that are otherwise inadmissible shall not be disclosed to the jury by the proponent of the opinion or inference unless the court determines that their probative value in assisting the jury to evaluate the expert's opinion substantially outweighs their prejudicial effect.
So I would ask you to rely on that.
Let him finish.
So the way that I
Tap
read
down.
that is that he would not be able to say, so-and-so told me Mr. Bishop did this, but he can use the fact that so-and-so told him Mr. Bishop did whatever in forming his opinion. And he can still express his opinion, and the fact that he relied upon otherwise inadmissible evidence in forming that opinion does not make the opinion itself inadmissible.
Only if the court finds it probative. I mean, I think we should read that last sentence a few more times because I think that.
Well, no, I'm familiar with the rule. We're not going to read it a few more times. So we're going to go forward, and if you think he's getting too far afield, then feel free to make an objection.
And so, Judge, I just go ahead and make an objection for purposes him being admitted as an expert witness to make sure that it's standing objection.
Of course.
We don't need to address it.
Okay.
All right, then let's bring the jurors in and get started.
All right. So they're going to bring the jurors in and it's going to get.
Listen, Judge Heydrich don't be playing that bullshit. Like, come on with it. Damn it.
She really don't, and I'm grateful. Like she said, keep it rolling, rolling. We're rolling here. It's like when you're playing football. They're like, we keep the clock rolling. We're going. Let's go.
Ricky Ross, I'm the biggest boss that you've seen thus far.
Swear affirm the testimony to the court to be the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth, so help me God.
I do.
State and spell your name for the court.
Rick, R-I-C-K, Allen, A-L-A-N, Ross, R-O-S-S.
Good morning, Mr. Ross.
Good morning.
How are you currently employed?
I'm a private consultant, and I'm the founder and director of the Cult Education Institute.
And what is the Cult Education Institute?
The Cult Education Institute is a very large archive of information, an online library that was initially launched in 1996 and is at culteducation.com. It's a place where people can go and find historical information about controversial groups and movements, some that have been called cults. It also has a large message board that has been up for many years where people can comment about and express concerns about various groups and leaders.
And how long has the Cult Education Institute been around?
The Cult Education Institute site was launched in 1996.
And tell the jury what you do as the founder and director.
I take complaints from people about controversial groups and movements. That may come from a spouse, a family member, parents, adult children. Also, I am looking at documents and articles about various groups and leaders and archiving them into the database. I also moderate the message board.
And can you tell the jury about your educational background?
I graduated from high school in Phoenix, Arizona. I graduated from a high school, Phoenix Union, in Phoenix, Arizona.
And how did you get into this field studying cults?
Well, it started when a very strange fringe group, religious group, infiltrated a nursing home where my grandmother lived. And I went to visit her, and she had been harassed by a nurse's aide. And when I found that out, I went to the director of the nursing home, and eventually they found that 5 members of this particular group had sought employment with the covert agenda of targeting the elderly in the nursing home. That led to me being an activist, a community organizer. Eventually, I would be invited to join the staff of a social service agency in Phoenix and later an educational bureau. And then that segued into doing intervention work with people that were under the influence of controversial groups and movements, some called cults. And I would eventually do more than 500 interventions across the United States and internationally.
And what is an intervention?
An intervention is when a family or spouse, a loved one, is very concerned about someone that is under undue influence in a particular group. They're concerned about their safety, their welfare, and they stage an intervention, much like a drug or an alcohol intervention. And so the family is there, I am there, and we discuss their concerns, how to identify a destructive authoritarian group. We discuss the coercive persuasion methods used by such groups, and very often information about the particular group or leader that person may not even know, so that they can make a more informed decision about continuing with the group in the future.
And I know you said the Cult Education Institute was founded in 1996. How long have you been doing this work?
I started doing my work in 1982, so it's been over 40 years.
And can you tell the jury about any specialized training that you have?
Well, I've been mentored by some of the best people in the field, and I've worked with mental health professionals, law enforcement. And so I have learned from direct experience working with thousands of cult members, former cult members, families over a very long period of time.
And you talked about working with law enforcement. What different agencies have you worked with?
I have worked with the FBI, the Department of Homeland Security, the Justice Department, and the BATF, the Bureau of Alcohol, Tobacco, and Firearms, in regards to different groups at different points that were being investigated. For example, Nexium, led by Keith Raniere, the Waco Davidians, led by David Koresh, and other groups.
And have you written any articles or publications?
Yes, I've written articles and I've written chapters for books. I've also written papers that have been published in peer-reviewed journals. Perhaps I'm most well known for the book I wrote, Cults Inside Out, How People Get In and Can Get Out, which has been translated into complex Chinese and also published in Italian.
And is there peer-reviewed literature relied upon in the area of study?
Yes.
And are you able to rely on that literature in reaching your conclusions?
Yes.
And the manner in which you apply peer-reviewed literature to individual cases, is that generally accepted within the academic community?
Yes.
And you talked about doing interventions. Did that include speaking with family members as well as current members and former members that are in these groups?
Yes.
And can you describe to the jury what is a destructive authoritarian group?
Well, there was a psychiatrist, he's still alive, he's almost 100 now, Robert J. Lifton. He taught at Harvard Medical School, and he wrote a paper in the 80s that was published titled Cult Formation. And I think what Lifton identified in that paper was the nucleus for the definition of a destructive authoritarian group or cult. And that relies on three core elements. One is an absolute authoritarian leader who has no accountability in any meaningful way, and who is the defining element and the driving force of the group. Whatever the leader says is right, whatever the leader says is wrong, and the leader becomes really an object of worship. Second, that leader uses identifiable techniques of coercive persuasion, thought reform, to gain undue influence over his or her followers. And third, if the group is to be considered destructive, the leader uses the undue influence he or she has gained to exploit, do harm, damage to the followers. Now that varies by degree from group to group. Some groups are much worse than others. But those three core elements, the all-powerful leader that becomes an object of worship, the use of coercive persuasion to gain undue influence, and the use of that undue influence to do harm or exploit the followers. Those three core elements exist in every group that I've ever dealt with that has been called a destructive authoritarian group or cult. And almost every other definition will intersect those three core elements.
And have you observed counterintuitive victim behavior when you've interacted with folks who are currently in these groups or have left the groups?
Yes. I mean, the way to understand undue influence is people acting against their own best interest, but consistently in the best interest of the leader who exercises undue influence over them. So let me give you an example that's a very tragic one. Right now in Kenya, Africa, the followers of a group called the Gospel International Church, led by Paul Mackenzie, more than 400 people starved to death, including almost 100 children. They were told by the leader that the end was near and that they needed to fast and pray, and they did so until they died by the hundreds. They did so knowing that their children were dying. Now, this was not in the best interest of the people who died, and certainly was contrary to what a parent would want for their own child. Another example would be the massacre at Jonestown in 1978. The followers of Jim Jones, isolated in a retreat in Guyana, committed what they called revolutionary suicide. Almost 1,000 people died, 200 children. Their own parents frequently giving them cyanide. All this was done because Jim Jones knew that he was coming to a reckoning, possible criminal prosecution and exposure. So he encouraged his members to end their lives, and they did so. Other examples could be people giving all their money to a leader, sacrificing their careers for a leader, or allowing a leader to abuse and exploit them sexually or physically.
And the behaviors that you just described, do those match with what you have read and studied in literature?
Yes.
And your testimony today, is that based upon sufficient facts and data?
Yes.
And is your testimony the product of reliable principles and methods?
Yes.
Have you applied the principles and methods reliably to the facts of this case?
Yes.
And have you ever testified as an expert witness in the state of Georgia or any other states?
Yes, I've testified previously in Georgia and Savannah in a child custody case. I've been qualified, accepted, and testified in 12 states, including United States federal courts, subsequent to a Daubert hearing.
Your Honor, at this time, the state will move to tender Mr. Ross as an expert in the field of destructive authoritarian groups.
Mr. Booker?
Judge, the defense would object, and we ask to make that a standing objection.
All right. Overrule the objection, and I will allow Mr. Ross to testify as an expert in those areas.
Thank you, Judge. Mr. Ross, can we just talk, kind of starting from the beginning, can you talk about recruitment into these kind of groups?
Well, when people are recruited, no one willingly joins a group that would be against their own best interest, that would take advantage of them. So typically there is misleading information in the recruitment process, deception. People are what has been called love bombed, or love bombing exists. In other words, they enter the group and there is this seemingly unconditional love for them and acceptance, and everyone is being very welcoming, very affectionate, very loving, and their impression is very positive, and they don't see what is behind the door. What are the more extreme beliefs of the group? What are the more extreme demands that might be made of them in the group? So I think in the recruitment process, which now is frequently done online through social media, people do not know, in most cases, enough facts and background to make a fully informed decision.
Back in 2020, during the height of COVID, did you see an increase in folks joining these destructive authoritarian groups?
Yes, because people were isolated, people were at home, people were online more than they would otherwise be, and people were feeling pretty depressed and anxious about the condition of the world, the pandemic. And so I think that if there is a consistent narrative in what takes place in a recruitment process, what type of person is recruited, it is someone who is not going through a great time in their life. We all go through difficult times. And I think when we do, we look for a sense of relief, a way to feel better about the circumstances we're in, or a way to improve our situation. And destructive authoritarian groups offer that. They say that. They say they have answers. They say they have solutions. And I think during the pandemic, many people were feeling very anxious and looking for relief.
Now, you talked about the three characteristics of a leader, and one was no meaningful accountability, and the other was thought reform or coercive persuasion. Can you explain a little bit about coercive persuasion and thought reform?
Coercive persuasion is based on a book written by a teacher, a professor at MIT, Edgar Schein, and he wrote about Chinese thought reform in the 1950s, and he was also concerned about the way in which the North Koreans were able to gain undue influence over prisoners of war during the Korean conflict, what had been called in popular culture brainwashing. And so Schein was able to designate 3 stages of coercive persuasion. The first phase is what he called unfreezing, or what I would simply call breaking people down. And then the second phase was once they were unfrozen, they were not rigid in their positions, their beliefs, or they were in need of relief because they were in distress, because they had been broken down. Then there would be the next stage, which would be changing the way people think, the way they feel, and influencing them. And then third would be what Schein called refreezing, and that would be refreezing them in the changed state that had been achieved through coercive persuasion. And that would be achieved by social isolation, reinforcement by other people in their group or their peers, as it were. And those 3 stages of coercive persuasion can be seen in destructive authoritarian groups. Robert J. Lifton, when he wrote his book, Thought Reform and the Psychology of Totalism, went into this in greater depth. And he had like 8 criteria to determine whether or not a group was using thought reform. And one would be milieu control or social isolation. So what you see are people isolated in a community, not really having exchange of ideas with people outside of the group or the community, and in a sense, living in a kind of bubble. And then once they are within that bubble, Lifton would call what would happen mystical manipulation or planned spontaneity. And that meant that the leader would manipulate people within this controlled environment. They would think everything was happening spontaneously, but it was really planned. And then another would be loaded language, thought-terminating cliches used by the group to shut down critical thinking. Another major one would be the dispensing of existence, in which anyone outside of the group would be diminished in their existence, and those who left the group would be shunned, or they would feel that they no longer had a right to exist. And the way of interpreting this is that there is no legitimate reason to leave the group. Another would be the cult of confession, in which people are encouraged to empty themselves with no boundaries in a group setting with the leader. And in this way, the group identifies all of the individual's vulnerabilities, how they can leverage those vulnerabilities for control. And what you begin to see as you look at the way Lifton lays out these criteria is that one strengthens the other and that they interlock together. And so what you see in destructive authoritarian groups is the most extreme expression of social isolation or milieu control would be what we call a compound. That would be isolated from the outside world, in which the leader would control all information, communication, relationships, everything within that environment.
Now, I think when you were talking about coercive persuasion, you may have mentioned peer reinforcement. Can you explain what that concept is?
Let me also talk about how that peer reinforcement becomes a social proof, which is a principle of influence identified by Robert Cialdini in his book Influence. And that is, we all rely on people around us and circumstances around us to determine what we do. For example, you go to the airport, you don't know where to go. You look where the other people are going, and that becomes your social proof, or your pathway to what you should do. And so what peer pressure does is it can give people reassurance and help, or it can become a false social proof. That is, if you are submerged in a group where everyone is saying the same thing and everyone is in lockstep behind the leader, you're not getting any other alternative perspective. You're not getting accurate feedback from other people that might express what's going on is crazy. So we often look at extreme groups and we say they're behaving really odd. They're acting really strange. But what we don't understand is that within that environment, reinforced by other members in the group and cut off from accurate feedback or an external social proof, they rely on what the group sees as real and right. And this can explain some pretty extreme things. Like, for example, in groups where there's very harsh corporal punishment of children, and children have actually, in some of the groups I've dealt with, they have been beaten to death. But no one in the group said anything.
And we're back with March Sadness, and the team is looking down the.
This is unfortunate, man. Oof.
Had accepted this as the norm, and everyone was reinforcing that belief. And anyone who expressed alternative ideas was basically encouraged to leave, or they were harshly criticized, and then they would change their view. So this kind of peer reinforcement or social proof is used by groups to reinforce what the leader wants, no matter how outrageous it may be.
And would you often see physical violence in these groups?
In some of the groups I have, one group, for example, in which I testified, the group leaders encouraged parents to do very harsh corporal punishment of their two teenage boys that wanted to leave the group. They were raised in the group. They wanted to leave the group. This happened in upstate New York. And the parents took belts and they began to, beat the two boys until they were hospitalized. One died. And the parents, I think, sincerely believed that what they were doing was right, and they had no means within the group that they were embedded in of understanding how wrong it all was. And the leaders were not directly participating, but they had influenced the parents to treat their children in this way.
And when folks are in these groups and there is emotional violence or emotional abuse, physical abuse, why do people stay?
Because they feel that the leader of the group represents a higher power, a mandate of how they should live, and the leader has expressed this to the group, that the leader has greater knowledge, greater understanding. And so the members of the group may feel that if I disobey the leader, I have not only disobeyed that individual, I have disobeyed God. I have disobeyed the higher power. And so they feel that whatever their inner turmoil is, that's their mistake. They are mistaken. Their doubts are failings. They are failing rather than thinking things through in a way that is analytical, in which they could say, well, the leader is asking me to do something wrong, or things are going wrong in this group. Instead, they feel that they are not good enough, that they are not following the directions enough.
And does that also tie into why it may be difficult for them to leave the group?
Yes, I think people find it very difficult to leave because they formed attachments in the group, they have friends in the group, they may have been isolated in the group for years, and they feel that if I leave, I will be cut off. If I leave, I will be shunned. They also feel, after all the sacrifices that they have made, that how can I walk away from that equity that I have in the group? I have an emotional equity in the group. I have given up so much for this group. How can I walk away from it? And the leader of the group typically will say, well, you would be wrong to leave. That would be a failure on your part, and you should not leave.
And in the course of your experience, have you interviewed and spoken with members who have left these groups and then gone back multiple times?
Yes, I have. In particular, what comes to mind are polygamous groups in Arizona, in Texas, in Utah, where people were raised in these groups for a long period of time, and their families are in these groups, and they feel that there's no life for them outside. Also, people that have, if you will, they to some extent burned their bridges at the urging of the leader or other members of the group. They haven't been in touch with their family for a long time. They haven't been employed for a long time in a career. So they feel that the only sense of identity, the sense of family and purpose that I have is in this group. And so I'm going to go back. And in my experience, they have not unpacked what happened. They tend to blame themselves, feel a great deal of shame, and they feel something's wrong with me. And the only way I can fix it is to go back to the group because the leader has the answers. And so you find people going back to a group that has hurt them, or possibly migrating to another group that's not much better or even worse, because they have not unpacked their experience and really analyzed it.
And when
So far, he's doing a really good job articulating his thoughts, getting
I agree with what she's saying. He's doing his big one up there. He's giving good testimony and facts as to what we've all been saying for how many 6 years now? Yeah.
Yeah, it's very similar to the things we've said. He's just an expert, so
Mhm.
he has it more polished and he has the studies behind it to back it, right?
Absolutely. Yep.
Yeah.
Uh-huh.
And salute to Rick Ross. Ooh wee.
Period.
that individual may try to still defend the leader.
Yes, I find that people that have left groups, I remember meeting a woman who had survived Jonestown. And I met her doing a particular news program. And she told me that I left Jonestown and then I joined Synanon, which was a terrible group. The leader of Synanon was criminally prosecuted, and the group was broken up because of multiple crimes that were committed by group members, including attempted murder. But the woman that I talked to felt that it was good, and she defended that group. And she, to some extent, defended Jim Jones as well. And there have been people that have done that. So it's not surprising to me to hear people defend a leader that many people feel is destructive.
And why do you find that they do that? They still want to defend that leader?
They have a sense of equity. They haven't unpacked their experience and analyzed it and reflected on it. And there may be people they love, people they care about that are still following that leader, even family. And so they feel a vested interest in protecting and defending the group.
And do you see a level of affection between a member and a leader, even if there is verbal, physical, or emotional abuse?
I think that following an authoritarian leader can in many ways be like an abusive, controlling relationship. You fall in love, there's a honeymoon period, and then the abusive, controlling partner begins to act in a way that is not consistent with how you first perceive them. But you still love them, and you still think, maybe we can get back to that place where it was in the beginning when everything was great. And I find that's true of people in abusive, controlling relationships and people that are in destructive authoritarian groups. It's a heartbreak when the leader turns out not to be what you thought, or the partner, the spouse that you married turns out to be an abuser. You want to believe that they can be better. You blame yourself. You take on some of the guilt yourself. If only I could help them, do more for them, they could be the way I wish they would be, or the way they once were, or as I perceive them. And so it's a heartbreaking process, and people are deeply emotionally heartbroken by their disappointments in leaders of authoritarian groups very often.
All right, and switching gears a little bit to the thought of cognitive dissonance as it relates to members of these kind of groups. Can you talk about that?
Cognitive dissonance is a basic kind of understanding of how people could stay in a group that makes a prediction or says something that is proven to be totally false or wrong. So, for example, in Festinger's writings, who writes about cognitive dissonance, he talks about a woman who made a prophecy that a spaceship would come and take everybody away because the earth would be destroyed. And when that event does not occur, he points out that many of the people still remain loyal to the leader anyway. And how does that happen? So he would say, number one, the leader makes a prediction or makes a statement that is proven false. Number two, the person is conflicted by that. What do I do? How do I deal with that? And then the leader offers a spin on how this can be explained. It's a rationalization. The spaceship decided to wait longer. The world will be allowed to remain intact longer until the Galactic Federation has a second vote, or whatever. And because the person is embedded and socially isolated to a large extent in a group, the leader's spin is then reinforced by everyone in the group and accepted. And this is how you can have groups that the end has been predicted many times, and it doesn't happen, and the people are still loyal anyway. Some may drift away, but many will stay because the spin that is provided by the leader and reinforced by followers is accepted.
And can you talk about the healing process for these former members once they ultimately leave the group? What does that look like?
In my experience, the first step is education. What is a destructive authoritarian group? How would I distinguish that kind of a group from another group? Second, what are the techniques of coercive persuasion and thought reform? How could I identify them being used on me? And then third, taking that all together and then through that lens, reappraising your involvement in a particular group. What did the leader do? What were the dynamics of the group? Did the leader ever admit to making mistakes? Did the leader ever admit, I was wrong about this or that, I'm sorry, I apologize? Did the group institute safeguards, checks and balances, so that the leader didn't have absolute power? I mean, what measures have been taken by the group and by the leader to change things so that the group is no longer destructive? And what is it that happened to me in the process of becoming involved and being in this group? How was I manipulated? Was I manipulated? And looking at it through the criterion of thought reform and coercive persuasion. And then finally, probably getting counseling for trauma from a licensed mental health professional that is acquainted with cults and destructive authoritarian groups and can help that person with that knowledge base. And also possibly being involved in a support group where other people that have been through that experience can help each other and say, look, you know, this happened to me as well. And I find that when people recognize that it's not just their group, but that the same process of manipulation and abuse has happened in other groups in the same way, even though they have a completely different belief system, that can be very freeing. Realizing that you're not alone, realizing that this has happened to other people, and that it's not your fault.
Do you find that some of those members have some amount of guilt?
Oh, yes. I think that if you, for example, recruited people when you were in such a group, you would feel guilty about the people you recruited. If you were a parent and you brought children into the group, you would feel guilty about anything bad that happened to them during that time that you were in the group. If you said harsh things to family and friends because they questioned the group or the leader, you would feel regret and guilt about their hurt feelings. And also the leader of the group may have demanded your obedience and even to witness abuse in the group. And you watched it and you did nothing because you were constrained by the undue influence of the leader, and you would feel guilty that why didn't I stop that? Why didn't I help that person? So there can be a lot of guilt.
And Mr. Ross, are you familiar with Carbonation and Eligio Bishop?
Yes.
And when did you first hear about Carbonation or Mr. Bishop?
There was a young woman in Canada who moved from Canada to Costa Rica, and she joined a group then called the Ethereans, now known as Carbon Nation. And Eligio Bishop, known as Nature Boy, led the group at that time, and the parents of the young woman were very concerned. And eventually she left Costa Rica, returned to Canada, but there was quite a bit of critical press reports about Mr. Bishop, about what he was doing in Costa Rica, and so on. And from that point forward, I began to archive material about Eligio Bishop, the Ethereans, now known as Carbon Nation, within the database of the Cult Education Institute.
And do you remember what year that was that you first became aware of?
It was a while ago.
It was a few years back. I
Yeah,
can't remember the exact date.
It was a minute ago.
But it was some years ago when this young woman, and it was reported in the press in the United States and in Canada.
It was like 5 or 6 years ago, I think.
And have you reviewed videos of Mr. Bishop or Carbon Nation?
Yes, I have.
And where have you reviewed those videos?
Well, I had begun watching videos of Mr. Bishop going back to the point where the young woman from Canada came down to the compound in Costa Rica. And so I would see that Mr. Bishop would have.
The young woman from Canada that he's talking about is a white woman. I think she was like the first white person that Nature Boy had.
Listen, we know, no disrespect, Nick. We know Miss Kayla, Miss BBC Kayla. Listen,
Mama, what is this?
praise the
What
Lord.
is this? Now that's how you do a notebook slap.
Swear to God.
Baby.
Wow. Wow. He's been watching since, like,
Oh, he back.
2016.
He back. Hold on. He back. He back. He go back.
He's been watching, like, 2016, about as long
Yes,
as we all have.
I have.
And where have you reviewed those videos?
Mm.
Well, I had begun watching videos of Mr. Bishop going back to the point where the young woman from Canada came down to the compound in Costa Rica. And so I would see that Mr. Bishop would have.
The young woman from Canada that he's talking about is a white woman. She was.
Oh, my apologies. I rewound it a little too far. One sec. Uh-oh, hold on. My mouse froze. Hold on.
Your Peace Reflection, welcome back. Your Peace Reflection, welcome back. Your
It be moving and it be working and things just be freezing, child. But I am still baffled that this man has been watching just as long as I have. And now I have 1,001 more questions because, for the longest time, a lot of dots have been connecting, but there's always been one that's just unexplanatory. And Rick Ross just filled in that hole for me. Are we ready? Give me a thumbs up if we're ready, and I'll shut up.
By the prosecution in regards to Mr. Bishop's views about some of the things that had recently occurred.
And can you estimate, I don't know if you can, but about how many videos relating to Mr. Bishop or carbonation have you reviewed over the last few years?
Well, certainly a half dozen or more, maybe 10 or more, that have appeared online, or people have emailed me and sent me links and said, you should look at this, and so on.
And in reviewing those videos, did you form an opinion on whether or not the defendant fits the profile of a destructive authoritarian group leader?
Yes.
And how were you able to reach that opinion?
By Mr. Bishop's statements that he's made about his authority, about his knowledge, about his expertise, what his mission is, and how people should respond to him, and his general lack of accountability. And so I would say that fits the profile of a destructive authoritarian leader, what I have seen.
And you said there were statements about how people should respond to him. And what did he say as it relates to how folks should respond to him?
That they should obey him, and that they should subordinate themselves to him, and that his value judgments supersede pretty much everyone else's, and that he is the defining element and driving force of Carbon Nation.
Judge, if I can have just one moment. Yes.
All right, let's go, defense. Let's go.
All right, Mr. Ross, when we were talking about recruitment, and you talked about
she almost done, y'all.
Most of the people that join these groups, they're going through maybe a dark time in their life. Does something have to be wrong with you to join a group like this?
No, absolutely not. Out of the 500 interventions that I've done, 5 were medical doctors. One was an orthopedic surgeon, another an anesthesiologist. I have worked with young people that have graduated from the finest universities in this country, the Ivy League, Wharton. One man I worked with had an MBA from Wharton. Another young man I worked with recently was a graduate with honors from Cornell, another from Harvard. what I've seen through my work over the last 40 years is
Ain't your
that
boy taking his notes?
anyone could be potentially recruited by these groups given a certain set of circumstances, frankly, bad luck, that at a time in a person's life when they were vulnerable,
I have no idea what just
another
happened.
from Harvard. What I've seen through my work over the last 40 years is
Ain't
that
your boy taking his notes?
anyone could be potentially recruited by these groups given a certain set of circumstances, frankly, bad luck, that at a time in a person's life when they were vulnerable, when they were going through a bad patch, they were approached by someone they may have trusted. It could be a family member, a coworker, a romantic interest, and that person told them enough to get them through the door into a particular group or organization, and that if they had not been going through a difficult time, and if the timing had been different, they might never have joined. And that when they did join, they did not understand what they were getting involved in. And the people could come from very happy homes, from very nice families, be very well educated, very intelligent, a complete cross-section of all kinds and all types of people.
All right, thank you, sir. That's all I have, Judge.
All right, Cross.
Let's go. Let's go.
Good morning.
My name is Robert. We met earlier today. I represent Mr. Bishop. I just have a few questions for you, okay? All right. So based on what you testified in direct examination, you started your experience was from 1982, right?
Yes.
Okay. And that was when someone was at your grandmother's nursing home. Is that what I understood?
A specific group had encouraged members of the group to get jobs at the nursing home with a covert agenda of targeting the elderly there.
Okay, what was that group called?
The group was called Jewish Voice Broadcast, and the nursing home was a Jewish nursing home for elderly Jewish people.
Okay. Do you come from a Jewish family?
Yes.
Okay. And it was called Jewish Voice Broadcast?
Yes.
Okay. All right. And you testified earlier, so you started in 1982 and you've been doing this continually since then, right?
Yes.
Okay. And you said that your education and background in being a expert for purposes of cults comes from just your experience. It started with your grandmother's experience at that nursing home, right?
Yes, I started as a volunteer in 1982.
Started as a volunteer. You were volunteering where?
I was volunteering for the Jewish Federation of Greater Phoenix, for the Bureau of Jewish Education. I was appointed to a national committee by the Union for Reform Judaism, which is a very large denomination of Judaism in the US. And I also was a volunteer on committees for the Arizona Department of Corrections and the Maricopa County jail system.
Okay, so you worked in the jails?
Yes.
Okay. What were you doing for employment when you became a volunteer?
At that time, I was working in the salvage business, and I would rebuild automobiles. My cousin owned a very large wrecking yard, and I had always enjoyed cars and was fascinated with cars and worked with my cousin and other people.
I like cars too. I like cars too. They're awesome. Okay, so you were working in the salvage business?
Pardon?
You were working in the salvage business at the time, you said?
I was working in auto rebuilding in the salvage business. Yes.
Okay. And was that a business that you owned?
No, my cousin owned it. It was a large wrecking yard in Phoenix, Arizona.
And how long did you work for them?
I began around 1975, and then I worked there through the 70s and continued working with my cousin up until about 1982, 1983.
Okay. And so from 1982 till now, the main source of your income has just been regarding cults, right? You haven't had any other types of jobs.
No.
That you maintain no other employment, no other source of income other than your testimony, right?
Well, I worked for the Bureau of Jewish Education and they paid me. I taught classes at what was called Hebrew High for young people in high school. I also worked for Jewish Family and Children's Service, and my work involved two things. One, I was the in-house contact person regarding destructive authoritarian groups and cults. And I also was the coordinator for the Jewish Prisoner Program for the state of Arizona. And in that capacity, I would visit the state prisons, federal prisons, jails, and work with Jewish prisoners. That work actually began when I received complaints that Jewish prisoners were being targeted by groups called cults, and that there were extreme groups, in particular Aryan nations, other groups that were anti-Semitic, that were targeting Jews in prison. So that was the impetus behind me being appointed to those committees for the prison system in Arizona and for the jails. And then I started the program, the Jewish Prisoner Program for Arizona prisoners.
And who appointed you to that position?
I was appointed by the Arizona Department of Corrections chaplaincy and asked to represent the Jewish community by the Board of Rabbis.
Okay, so your church?
The Board of Rabbis would be a body of rabbis that each rabbi would be the head of a synagogue. So there were many synagogues involved in the Board of Rabbis.
Okay. All right. Now, you testified earlier you worked with law enforcement before, right?
Yes.
And you've written articles.
Yes.
That have been published, right?
Yes.
And you wrote a book called Cults Inside Out.
Yes.
Okay. And so you have experience in this area, right?
Yes.
Okay. And for purposes of you being here today, just so we can address that real quick, are you paid to be here?
Yes.
Okay. How much are you paid to be here?
I'm paid $100 an hour for travel time, $200 an hour for research and consultation time, and for court time, testimony time, $250 an hour.
Okay. So what's your bill for this case?
Don't know yet.
Okay. How long did it take you to travel here?
5 hours.
Where'd you come from?
Tucson.
5 hours? That's a fast flight. Okay.
That was a nonstop from Tucson to Atlanta.
Okay. So $500 for your flight. Does that include the ticket?
No.
Okay. So 500 plus the ticket, right? And is it 500 going back as well?
Probably including ground transportation and terminal time.
Okay. So we can say about $1,000 in flight time plus the ticket.
Give him all his coin.
Okay. And you $250 for in-court time?
Yes.
Is there a minimum of in-court time in your contract?
No.
Okay. And so if you were just here for 1 hour, you just charge them $250?
Yes.
Okay. And if you were here half an hour, it'd just be $125, right?
That is correct.
Okay. So the faster we get you out, the better off for the state, right?
Yes.
All right. And the $200 was for what now?
$200 an hour would be for research and consultation and review time.
Okay.
So looking at materials, going through statements, and talking with the prosecution team.
Okay. And how much has that been?
It's been several hours.
Tell me how many.
I'm not exactly sure. I'd have to look at all my notes, but probably at least, probably 6 to 8 hours.
6 to 8 hours. Okay. So my math is not great, but 8 times 200 is 1,600.
Correct.
So the state can expect a bill from you somewhere around $3,000, give or take, right?
Well, plus the time in the court.
Plus the time in the court. I was including that. So, all right. So you spent 6 to 8 hours researching, consulting, reviewing, and talking with the state, right?
Pardon?
You spent 6 to 8 hours researching, consulting, reviewing, and talking with the state, right?
More or less.
Well, you just told me that number, so I'm asking you.
Yeah, no, I would say that I have to look at my notes, but I reviewed statements, listened to statements, watched videos, and went through a file of information regarding Mr. Bishop and his group.
Okay, so where'd you get the file from?
The prosecution.
Okay, did you get a file from the defense?
I received the statement made by Mr. Bishop, which was taped.
Child, he said, I'm gonna get my money here, there. Oh,
Nick and her commentary cracks me up.
Well, and I'm with Nikki, and I'm with our Nikki in the chat. Absolutely, that's what it's telling the juror. Was this a waste of our tax-paying dollars? But we'll get to it. We're gonna let her continue on. Y'all, my bad. I had to charge my mouse up, so we was a little glitchy for a second. But interesting. Wow. Oh, we got a commercial. Hold on.
Just wow.
Just wow.
A lot of things have been happening.
Nature Boy people, they gonna be mad at you, child. They don't like when people make no money off of Nature Boy, child. They about to be mad at you, honey. You over here expert, and all you had was 6 to 12 video footage, and they done reviewed thousands, and you able to get the bag? Child, y'all better alert Mr. Rick Ross. The crazies is coming, child. They get mad anytime anybody can get in. Okay, let me get back to the. Let me stop.
Did you get that from the defense?
No.
Did you reach out to the defense?
No.
Did you ask for any evidence from the defense?
No.
So when you formed your opinion, did you form your opinion only on evidence from the police?
No.
And I need to be an expert in something, child.
My opinion regarding Eligio Bishop, the Ethereans, Carbon Nation, that had been a group that I was aware of for a long time. I'd received complaints about the group over a period of years. And so there were many sources of information, not just the prosecution. But I think it was important to listen to Mr. Bishop's complete statement that was taped when he was interviewed. And I did listen to that entire statement.
Okay. All right. And hopefully we'll all get together.
Thank you, because this
you also maintain a website called cultnews.com, right?
Correct.
Okay. And that's what you talked about, the database you maintain.
No. The database, the main entry point is culteducation.com. There is also cultnews.net and cultnews.com, which are breaking news stories relevant to cults, destructive authoritarian groups, controversial groups. And there's, as I said, a message board, which is called the Forum.
Okay. All right. So tell me, in all your experience, what's a deprogrammer? What is that?
A deprogrammer is a word that has been used to describe intervention work with cult members. So the idea being that the cult member has been programmed, that they have been influenced, unduly influenced by the leader, and that coercive persuasion process has instilled a mindset. And deprogramming is the process of unraveling and examining that program in an effort to help the person recognize that it might be in their best interest to move on or to take a break from a given group to consider it more carefully.
Okay. And that's what you talked about with those young people that you mentioned in New Jersey, right? That there were some 2 young men that you were doing an intervention on, I think.
No.
Correct? Was that not it?
No, the 2 teenage boys, I never met them. I was asked by the prosecution to testify as an expert before a grand jury. And that grand jury indicted not only the parents, but the leaders of the group that were responsible for the beating that took place of the 2 children. They were teenage boys. I never met them. I didn't do an intervention to help them, but I was aware of them through my studying of the group and the situation, and then I testified before a grand jury.
Okay. Is it typical for someone who's experienced as you to not interview, for instance, in this case, Did you meet and interview in your office?
What I did was I listened to her complete statement.
Did you meet and interview her in your office?
Answer the question, and then you can explain your answer if you need to.
No, I did not interview her in my office. I relied on her interview.
Okay, so you've never questioned her?
No.
You've never looked at any mental health records for her?
No.
Have you looked at any person let me ask you a better question. Have you interviewed anybody in your office pertaining to this case?
No.
Okay. You indicated, and I want to go back to your education, you indicated that you have a high school diploma. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. And this is not to be disrespectful to you, but you would agree with me that your highest form of education is high school. Is that correct?
That's correct.
You would agree with me that you don't have a college degree.
That's correct.
You don't have an advanced degree.
That is correct.
You don't have a degree in psychology?
No.
Psychiatry?
No.
Medicine?
No.
Sociology?
No.
Philosophy?
No.
You've never been certified as a therapist?
No.
A counselor?
No.
You've not been accredited by any accredited agency, have you?
No, I would have to disagree with that. I've been accredited as an expert numerous times by numerous agencies, and I've been invited to lecture as a paid guest lecturer at about 30 universities and colleges across the United States and internationally.
Okay, we'll disagree on that one. You've never been published by any medical or theological peer-reviewed journals other than Beijing University, correct?
No, in my CV, there are books that I participated in. In fact, there is a chapter that I did for a book called Opposing Viewpoints. I was invited to write a chapter. It's an educational book, and the book is about opposing viewpoints regarding groups called cults, and I was invited to write, and I was actually employed and paid to do that.
That's not what I asked you, sir. I asked you, have you been published by any medical or theological peer-reviewed journals yourself? Not participate in somebody else's book, but do you have? That's a yes or no question.
Wait, hold on. You got to answer the question.
Excluding China.
So it's fair to say excluded Beijing University is your peer, correct?
Beijing University, and I believe one other university in China, and these were departments of sociology and religion that published articles that I wrote, which were then peer-reviewed and published in academic journals in China.
In China, not here in the United States.
No.
Not in any of the 50 states we have here, or however many states in the
Well, the articles are online. They're available online for people to read, but they were not published in an academic peer-reviewed journal in the U.S.
Would you agree with me that anybody can write anything online?
Yes.
Okay. And so in order for it to be in a published journal, it had to be reviewed by someone who's educated in the same field, correct? That's a yes or no question, sir?
Yes, if it's published in an academic journal.
Okay. All right. So going back to your academic journal is Beijing University, correct?
That would be one, yes.
And what year was that?
That would have, I would have to look at my CV, but not that many years ago. Probably about 10 years ago.
About 10 years ago in Beijing University. Okay. All right. On your website, you have a bunch of groups that you would consider to be cults, right?
No, culteducation.com includes
Shameless plug.
Controversial groups and movements.
Mm-hmm.
Some that have been called cults. There are many groups that are mentioned or that have archive sections that are not considered cults and have not been called cults.
Okay. Well, I went through your website, and I'm going to give you a couple of groups that you have listed on your website. And I want you to tell me you can explain, but I want you to answer me in yes or no first, if this group was one that was listed on your website as a cult or not. That's fair to say?
Okay.
Okay. All right. So the cult of Trump, is that listed as a group on your website? Yes or no?
No.
It's not. Okay. How about Matt Walsh, YouTuber, Matt Walsh?
No.
He's not. Okay, how about Hare Krishna?
Yes.
That's listed as a
The
cult.
International Society of Krishna Consciousness has a subsection which reports about child sexual abuse and other problems, criminal indictments related to the Hare Krishna movement.
Scientology.
Yes, one of the largest archives on Scientology online is at the Cult Education Institute.
Christianity.
He plugging his stuff.
No.
Fundamental Christianity.
There is a section on fundamentalism there is a section on fundamentalist Jews. There's a section on fundamentalist Christians. There's a section on fundamentalist Muslims. Those sections reflect certain groups that have garnered controversy due to their behavior.
Children of God.
Yes.
Jehovah's Witnesses.
Yes.
The Christian Broadcasting Network.
Yes. There's a subsection about Christian Broadcasting Network, some of the controversies around the group. It is not labeled as a cult within the archive.
Anti-abortion groups.
Only there is a section on anti-abortion groups, but they are not labeled as cults. What in specific is discussed is the violent anti-abortion groups that have engaged in very violent acts at clinics. In one situation, the attempted assassination of a doctor, and some doctors also were killed. And that's mentioned in that subsection.
Christian identity groups.
Yeah, Christian identity groups such as the Aryan Nations and groups that basically put out the idea that more or less British Israelism, which is that the white race is the new chosen people and that all others are not. And it's considered a theology or ideology.
Jews for Jesus?
Yes.
That would be a cult?
No, but it's a controversial group because the Jews for Jesus were led by a man by the name of Martin Rosen, who had a Jewish background, but he converted and he became a Baptist minister. And he came up with the idea, or he said, that you could be a Jew and a Christian simultaneously. And the issues surrounding that are that, the Jewish community, the organized Jewish community, would determine the parameters of who is a Jew or who is not a Jew. And of course, the Christian community would determine who is or is not a Christian. And the controversy regarding Jews for Jesus was, one, that they were targeting one group for missionary work and no one else. Two, that they weren't who they said they were. And three, that they were, by many accounts, anti-Semitic and very controlling.
Seventh-day Adventists.
Seventh-day Adventists are in the archive, but not as a cult, but rather to disabuse people of the notion that they are a cult.
Okay.
There are many groups in the archive, for example, the Freemasons and other groups I might mention, Wiccans, that people will say are involved in cult practices, human sacrifices, all kinds of bizarre conspiracy theories. And what the Cult Education Institute has an archive for is to disabuse people of those notions and point out.
One thing about it, he gonna let you know how much money he making, the cha-ching coming on, and he gonna plug that.
This was a very lucrative little situation I see on a lot of different ends.
Well, I mean, there's been experts that have made more. I mean, he's not. Yes, he made a little coin, but I'm sure there's experts that have made way more than this guy here. But I get it, and this is just stuff to put in the jury's ear, y'all. That's what this is to me. Just stuff to put in the jury's ear. Wiccans. Yes. They got, listen, if we don't talk about one cult, let's talk about them all.
I
You're
think
getting
it's
paid to be here.
I think it's interesting that he brought up that he hasn't talked to any of the ex-members to even really prove that this is a cult situation. Um, so again, that's going to be something the jury has to decide for themselves.
Yeah, that sure is.
Because the prosecution sounded like they was driving it home, you know, and Mr. Booker, like always, he
Coming
gets
back.
up there. He gets up there and says some things like, well, he does his job decently. Crayon says he doesn't listen or take notes, and I kind of agree. But maybe that's his strategy. Maybe that's how he defends.
Well, maybe they didn't pay him for all that.
Right? They probably paid him the bare minimum.
Did he say anything about hotel and food expenses?
Buttercups.
That those are not correct and that these groups are not nefarious and bloodthirsty or whatever.
Okay, so on your website, it wouldn't say anything about Seventh-day Adventists being a cult.
There would be a discussion of how Seventh-day Adventism began under the leadership of one man. His name was Miller, and they were called the Millerites. And then subsequently, a woman named Ellen White became the new leader after a prophecy by Miller failed in the 1800s. And so you could see it as a personality-driven cult. But what happened to the Adventists, which can happen with any group called a cult, is that they evolve beyond their early beginnings. And they become not just a one-person-led organization defined by a single leader, but a denomination, a religion, which is what happened with Seventh-day Adventists. It's what happened with Jehovah's Witnesses. And it also happened with the Mormon Church. They were all identified at one time as all about this one person who was the preeminent prophet. But as time went on, in some cases over 100 years, they evolved into religions. And I think Seventh-day Adventism is basically a very mainstream, respected religion in the United States.
Okay, and you said that a group that has one preeminent leader, right? That's typically that they follow. That their minds are essentially persuaded by, which could potentially be a cult, right?
No, what I said was one leader, a living leader.
Oh, the leader. So the leader is deceased. It doesn't count.
The leader is living and running the group, and the leader has no meaningful accountability, is a totalitarian dictator, controls the group, defines the group, becomes an object of worship within the group. And the group is all about that leader who is ever present. And so that is a defining element of a destructive authoritarian group.
Okay, I'm going to church Sunday for everlasting leader is still alive in Jesus. Would I be a member of a cult?
Well, you know, my reading of the New Testament is if Jesus was a cult leader, he was the strangest cult leader I've ever encountered because he didn't want any money. He had no money, no worldly possessions. Even when he rode the donkey into Jerusalem, it was borrowed. And he would tell his disciples, you know, if you want to leave, leave. If you want to follow me. But there was no violence. There was no harm being done. And there was no desire for materialistic things. And in the end, Jesus sacrificed himself. He didn't expect others to sacrifice for him.
That's correct.
Which is the cult leaders that I deal with every day. They expect their followers to sacrifice for them. If they were like Jesus, they would get down and wash the feet of their followers and serve them as Jesus did. So Jesus, in my view, does not in any way fit the role of a destructive authoritarian leader.
That's not what I asked you.
He would be the antithesis of that.
So he wouldn't be a cult leader in any way. right? He wouldn't fit the definition of it at all. I'm not asking a destructive cult leader. I'm saying a cult leader at all. Wouldn't be your opinion that Jesus or Christians would be in cult lead or a cult type of following at all, right? Not at all.
There could be a group like the People's Temple led by Jim Jones that could call itself Christian, or a group like the Waco Davidians that could call itself Christian. But in the final analysis, all the power would be with the leader, and the leader would be using Christianity, and there are other leaders that use Judaism, that use Hinduism, that use the Muslim religion as a mask in order to control people. And they would make people feel that if you disobey me, you disobey Jesus. If you disobey me, you disobey God. That is not the belief system of Christianity or Judaism or Muslims or Buddhists or Hindus, but that would be the reality of the way in which a cult leader might manipulate a religion for his or her own purposes.
Okay, so your professional opinion is that a cult leader has to be someone that's destructive. It can't be a person that's productive. If they're not destructive, then it's not a cult, right? That's basically what you're saying.
There could be such a thing as a benign cult. So you have an authoritarian leader. You could argue that leader is using persuasion techniques to develop a mindset amongst his or her followers, but they do no harm. And I have seen groups like that. I call them benign personality cults, where no one is being harmed.
Okay, and there would be other cults, like for instance, on your website I'm on now, it says at the top, will Martha Stewart's cult stay faithful? So Martha Stewart would be deemed a consumer.
Are you sick of having issues with your webinars, wasting tons of
I'm not sure where you're looking.
Please hit the
it could be talking about a cult brand. I participated in a book called Cult Branding, in which they explore the idea that people will follow a brand like Apple or Polo or whatever, Crest toothpaste as a brand. And that because you are loyal to the brand, it develops a kind of cult following. But a cult following is not the same as a destructive cult. For example, I was just in Memphis, Tennessee, and I went to Graceland, and I saw people very emotionally responding to the image of Elvis Presley. Women were crying. It was very, almost like worship, but yet no one was being harmed. And it was a benign, you could call it a cult following of a particular personality. And there are many entertainers that have a kind of cult following, but they do no harm. And so
we know the ones
you
that be
can
doing
talk
harm.
about it in terms of a cult following, because the word cult has a range of meaning. But when you talk about a destructive cult, they always have those three core elements: the leader, coercive persuasion, exploitation, and harm.
But you don't disagree that you have a page on your website.
Judge, I'm gonna object now on relevance. I think we're going way. Well, it's already been asked and answered, has it?
Well, I'm assuming he's disagreeing with my answer. He didn't agree.
I don't know where you're at. You know, there
I'm
are
about to ask
many.
him.
It's a huge database, and what you could be alluding to is maybe a link to an article that discusses the cult following of Martha Stewart. That isn't a position that I would take, that Martha Stewart is a destructive cult leader.
All right. So even though it's on your website, it wouldn't be a position you would take.
There are many groups that are discussed on the website that do not fit the criteria of being defined a destructive authoritarian group or a destructive cult.
Okay. All right. But they would be defined as a cult, period.
No, they would, the introduction to the website on the very first page, as you enter culteducation.com,
Another plug.
says that this is a collection of material about controversial groups and movements, some that have been called cults. Simply because a group is controversial doesn't mean it's a destructive cult or a destructive authoritarian group.
But if the word cult is in the article, it's fair to say that that word is being applied to that group of people.
Again, the word cult can have a range of meaning.
Okay.
But when you say just
Random. Sorry, I know y'all want to hear him, but I like him because he like to plug himself. He gonna make sure.
I mean, I like him too, but okay. Let him plug and let us listen. Thank you. Y'all make sure y'all go get a like, share, subscribe to Miss Nick at Night. We really appreciate her coming through. Yes, we hear this man is plugging, and we'd like him to carry on. We've got Aaron's testimony coming up next, and I'd like to get to it. So,
destructive cult, you're narrowing it down and you're talking about a very specific category of group.
Okay. All right. A couple other things and I'll sit down. So in the particular case here, you indicated that you've, going back to what you said, that you charged for 6 to 8 hours for, that you've researched. So the research has been looking at videos, right? And reading the file.
I read the statements, I read the pretrial motions, I read I listened to Eligio Bishop's interview, I listened to Jeff's interview, and also for years I had known about Mr. Bishop and his activities. This was not a group that was new to me. This was a group that I had learned about years ago.
Okay. And again, you haven't talked to anybody in the group directly yourself, though?
No.
And you also indicated that you watched about a dozen videos of Mr. Bishop, correct?
I would say a half dozen, 10, a dozen possibly over the years.
6 to 12?
Yeah, somewhere in that area.
Okay. Are you aware that he has over 1,000 videos online?
I'm aware that he has a YouTube channel and that he has many videos.
But
I would look at the videos that I thought were interesting, that were pertinent to my work.
Okay, so if he has over 1,000 videos online and you watch a half dozen, wouldn't you agree with me that's a very small percentage and sample size for you to use?
No, I would say
what percentage is?
Hold on, let him.
So I would say, in answer to your question, no, because what I'm looking for is what does Eligio Bishop say that identifies him as a destructive authoritarian leader? And, if it quacks like a duck and it walks like a duck, it just might be a duck. Okay. I mean, you can say, no, it's an elephant, it's a zebra, but I would say if Eligio Bishop is doing videos that are consistent with the kind of discussion and the kind of claims that would put him in the category of a destructive authoritarian leader, those videos stand in and of themselves as evidence in that area for me.
Okay, so let's just assume you watched 12 videos, because you said half a dozen, which would be 6, 10 to 12. And there's 1,000, let's just cap it at 1,000. So that would be 990 other videos or 988 other videos that you've never seen. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay, so you formed your opinion. I don't know what percentage it is, but it's a very small percentage of what is the online presence. Isn't that fair to say?
It's fair to say that Mr. Bishop has many videos, that I haven't watched them all, but that the videos I watched were pertinent and consistent with a destructive authoritarian leader. And quite frankly, many of Mr. Bishop's videos reiterate the same themes, which is that he is very special, he's preeminent, you must listen to him, his teachings are crucial, the world must have him and his teachings in order to understand the meaning of it all. I mean, that is the theme that is consistent in his videos, his importance, his preeminence.
And how would you know that when you've only watched 6 to 12 videos, how his other videos are relative? If you only watched 6, you wouldn't be to tell me what the other 900 plus videos the theme would be. Because you said under oath, under direct examination and cross, that you watched 6 to 12 videos. So I'm not sure how you're going to give an opinion on anything outside of what you haven't watched.
Counsel, I would ask you to watch 6 to 12 videos and see if you don't come to the same conclusion. That is the theme of his video. His preeminence, his importance, his singular identity as nature boy, as three God, as whatever.
Okay.
I mean, it's all about him.
Okay. All right. A couple other things. You mentioned when you started that you did interventions, right? Over 500 was part of your experience, right?
Yes. Turn up.
500 interventions. And those interventions are ones where you step in and somebody who's a family is involved, they contact you and we need to get this person out of this cult, right? Does that sound right?
Yes, though on occasion I have been retained by a family and I've sat down with the family and the person and found out that they aren't in a cult and that the family misled me or exaggerated. And I find myself saying to the family, you're wrong. This person is not in a cult. You are mistaken. And there are other issues here that I can't help you with. That is a conflict in this particular family regarding an unhappy relationship or whatever. Right. So there have been times that I've been retained, and it turns out that it's not a destructive authoritarian group or a cult, and I basically said that to the family.
Okay. Do you recall being involved in a case where you were sued for deprogramming someone?
Yeah, you're referring to the Jason Scott case, and that was very well publicized. I went through a criminal trial for unlawful imprisonment because the mother held her son with security against his will.
That's right.
And I was found not guilty and acquitted.
And you had a $3 million verdict against you as well, right?
Subsequent.
Sir, stop. Hold on. You guys cannot talk over each other. So you ask him a question, let him finish his explanation, and then ask him the next question. But you don't need to go on and on and on. Okay? So answer the question, and then we'll move on to the next one.
All right. Subsequent to the criminal trial in which I was acquitted, I was sued. The lawyer was lead counsel for the Church of Scientology. He recruited the young man. The end of that civil lawsuit was a $2 million judgment against me, and I had to declare bankruptcy. Later, Jason Scott left the group, reconciled with his mother, and he was interviewed by Leslie Stahl on 60 Minutes. And he said, the Church of Scientology used me. He sold me a $2 million judgment for $5,000 with the condition that I deprogram his wife and give him 200 hours of my time, which I agreed to do. His wife never left the group. She divorced Jason. He became estranged from his 2 children. Very sad story, but it's been very well reported in the press. Since then, I have never agreed to participate in an involuntary intervention, even though a family may ask me to do that. And even though I have sympathy with those families who feel they have no other choice.
It was in fact a $3 million verdict, was it not? I think it goes directly to his credibility, Judge.
Was it 2 million or 3 million?
I think it was 2 point something. Okay. It may have approached 3 million with interest or other things.
All right, point made. Let's move on.
But okay. I paid $5,000 to Jason, and he gave me the judgment. And he told Leslie Stahl that he had been used like a pawn by Scientology to go after me.
Okay. I have another follow-up question for him, Judge. Do you disagree in that case that you were found by a jury that you abducted Mr. Scott, restrained him with handcuffs and duct tape, and held him involuntarily against his will?
It's not relevant. This is way over.
Okay.
I'm going to sustain the objection.
Okay.
I'm going to ask the jurors to disregard that question and refresh your memory that questions asked by the lawyers are not evidence.
Okay.
Delete your memory. Delete.
You were previously arrested for a felony.
Boy, now you're going back.
Yeah. Okay. Hold on. approach.
Child, they getting down till they get down. Okay, so basically,
I don't even want to comment too much on this. What? What?
Handcuffed.
Oh, we gonna have to look into Rick Ross after this. I'm sorry.
What?
I'm gonna have to. He talking about it was it was well known. This my first time. This is my first time hearing him on the stand. This my first time any type of Rick Ross shit. I didn't know nothing about no expert cult leader. I don't know this man. I don't know him.
Mm.
Girl, tying people up. What? To give them an intervention.
Tying them up,
This man
child.
off the stand.
Get him off.
They turned the camera. They were like, oh.
where they at? Where they at? Bring them out. Bring them out.
What the? Oh, he comes back. Okay, hold on. He come back. Child, what is going on with Rick Ross? Of course, it would be some. Of course, this is Bishop's trial.
What in the hell?
Y'all knew
What?
about that case? I didn't.
I had no idea.
When I went and looked up Rick Ross, they said cult expert. He helped in Waco. Did none about this come up?
I didn't see, yeah, because I follow Nexium, and I didn't hear nothing about a Rick Ross and a Nexium.
I didn't either. The people from New York.
Mr. Ross, do you agree that you are a convicted felon?
Oh, God.
Yes, in 1975, I was involved in a property crime, grand theft embezzlement. A friend of mine embezzled the company he worked for, and I was involved. We pled guilty. We returned all the property that was taken to the satisfaction of the company, which appeared in court and stated for the record that they were satisfied. The police did not oppose probation. I was given probation, which was terminated in 1979, early for good behavior. And then in 1982, my civil rights were restored and the guilty verdict was vacated by Superior Court in Maricopa County. I regret what I did, but I did everything possible to make it right. I gave everything back. I pled guilty. I accepted the consequences. And now you know why I cared about Jewish prisoners. Because I myself one time was arrested, and I felt that I was very lucky that my family helped me and was able to help me. And I wanted to help other prisoners that were not as fortunate.
Was this a theft by conversion charge?
Pardon?
Was it theft by conversion?
My friend worked for a department store jewelry department. He took all the jewelry that was in that department and pretended that it was a robbery. I was involved. We gave every piece of property back. We pled guilty. I received probation. It was terminated in 1979. This happened when I was 21 and 22.
Jorge has always put the ones he loves first.
Please hit the like. Thank you.
This was not a robbery. It was an embezzlement. It's recorded in the court record as an embezzlement. Okay. The man that was my friend worked for the company and took the property as an employee of the company. That is considered embezzlement.
Okay. All right. I have no further questions around it.
Let's talk about this one issue. It was vacated, you said?
Yes, in
Okay.
1982.
Do you have any evidence or documentation to contradict that?
I don't have any evidence that they proved it.
Well, you have testimony here, so that is testimony. In order for me to decide whether or not this comes in.
I don't.
Okay, so what's your argument?
Judge, I don't believe it comes in. I'm looking at 24-6-609 in subsection C, and I believe that's what the court is referring to. Because this conviction has been discharged from a first offender program, Evidence of final adjudication of guilt or subsequent discharge shall not be admissible for impeachment purposes. So because this witness has testified that it's been discharged, I believe in 1982, I don't believe it comes in for impeachment purposes.
Response?
I don't have anything that proves that. I think the court indicated whether it was, or she indicated it was first offender. He didn't say it was first offender. He said he had his rights restored.
And then he said it was vacated.
I didn't hear him say that, Judge. And does that make him not a convicted felon?
Well,
Or does that make him have his rights to vote and possess a firearm?
he said his rights were restored, and then in 1982, his conviction was vacated. So I think the problem is you're stuck with the witness's answer unless you have any contradictory evidence.
I don't.
So given that you do not, I do not believe that that is technically a conviction for purposes of impeachment.
Okay.
So I'm not going to allow it, and I'm going to instruct the jury again to disregard that question.
Delete, delete, delete.
So, all right.
Delete all that.
Let's bring the jurors back out. Do you have anything else that you need to, any other questions?
I'm gonna follow up.
Okay. All right, bring the jurors back in. I'd like
I sat through this.
You're on mute.
I'm like, good.
As a juror, though,
And then
like,
the file wasn't there. It just
a
wasn't
lot of
there.
that you gotta forget and remember, and that was a lot of testimony for the jury to consume, just on the prosecuting side. And then the defense comes to pick the man apart, so you kind of lose all of the first part unless you were allowed to take notes or took note, whatever. You're on mute. I can't hear your actual. Here, I'll do it.
My bad.
You're
Sorry.
you're good.
Yeah, you are. You could take notes. Yeah. They
Because I
have
know in some
transcripts of
trials
your
they won't let
testimony.
you.
They have transcripts. Well, they maybe not like written notes or stuff like that, but you can take your little thing and you can have transcripts brought to the jury room.
Right.
So you can go over it. You can replay, like they'll have screens in the jury room where you can go over witness testimonies. Absolutely.
Mhm.
It's not one and done.
Right.
Yeah.
But it was a lot just for this moment. It was a lot for them to intake. And then Mr. Booker doing what Mr. Booker does and says this man is a whole convicted felon sitting here trying to tell you about this other man. I
We'll
know
get
people in
into
the
that.
chat were
Is
saying,
this
what does this have?
all done? We'll get into that, Godmama, because we got some notes we want to go through. So I think this is almost done. She said, bring the jury back. I'm looking to see if, yeah, he does come back. So let's finish up this and then we'll take an official break, everybody. Hubby said he took him a little nap. I need to go make me some coffee.
Yes,
Booker
I
would
gotta
like
go
throw it, throw the ball. He was
And you
okay, here we go.
At all before you form an opinion?
What do you mean, what person?
Anybody. I mean, if you form an opinion about something, and you simply listen to that person in the abstract, you read things in the abstract. Is it typical that you don't meet with them and question them and ask questions? Is that typical for someone in your educational background?
It depends on the situation. In some situations, I can look at video of that person being interviewed, that person making a statement. There may be an audio recording of their interview and their statement. In some situations, I may interview the person by phone, by Zoom. I may meet with them. It just depends on that particular situation and those circumstances.
Okay.
In this instance, I had audio recordings. I was well acquainted with the group from its history in years past. So this was adequate to form an opinion regarding this particular group, Carbon Nation and Mr. Bishop.
And the videos, again, that you base your opinion on were YouTube videos, is that correct?
Pardon?
It was YouTube videos that you base your opinion on along with the interview from this case?
There were excerpts from videos in which Mr. Bishop made statements about his view of sexual relations with members of the group and women that he had relations with. And then there were also videos I had seen over the years that had come online that people would send me links to. And I have been to Mr. Bishop's YouTube channel many times over the years.
Well, I'm just asking you, are the videos that you are basing your opinion on YouTube videos?
I'm not sure about the excerpted video portions regarding his sexual relations with members of the group. But some of the videos could have been viewed through Facebook. Some of the videos could have been viewed through YouTube. Some of them may have been memorialized somewhere online.
Okay, but this was just online stuff, nothing that Mr. Bishop gave you himself, correct? Just stuff that he had posted on the internet, correct?
Well, the interview that he did with the police was voluntary, and he did that on his own. He decided that he wanted to do that interview. And I basically took him at his word, what he said in the interview, and I listened to the complete interview.
Okay, and you took him at his word in the interview?
That I took him at his word in regards to his view of his position in the group and his relationship with women.
Okay.
Basically that he did not accept responsibility for certain things, and that he denied other things, and that he talked about himself and his work and so forth.
Okay, but you said based on his interview, you took him at his word, correct? That's what you just said.
I took him at his word in the sense that he made a statement to the police. They told him that he had the right to counsel. He said, I'm going to make this statement. And he went on and talked about his role in the group, his attitude about women in the group, and so on.
And you took him at his word based on what you just said, correct?
I
Judge, I'm gonna object.
I withdraw the question.
Okay, question withdrawn. Thank you. Redirect.
Just briefly, Judge. All right, Mr. Ross, Mr. Booker just asked about the opinions that you formed based on videos that you watched, and I think that you watched. And one of the things you said that you watched was the defendant's view on sexual relationships within the group. Yes?
Yes.
All right, and what view did he have about that?
That he stated that men had a right to take what they wanted, and that he implied that asking permission or consent was really not what it was about. He put it very crudely, but I'm paraphrasing without using some of the language. But he made it clear that if you want to have sex with a woman, you should just take it.
All right, thank you, sir.
All right.
To follow up based on that line of questioning.
You do need to vote? Okay, go ahead.
So you indicated that you of him online where he discussed sexual groups. Is that correct?
He discussed tattooing women with his name on their buttocks. He discussed that women should submit, and that if a man didn't understand that there was something wrong with him, that he should, I can't quote him, I don't want to offend anyone to quote what he said, but it was very crudely stated that to a man that he was talking to or about, that you should just take it.
Okay.
You should just take it, it's yours, and you should take it.
And that's the 6 videos that you watched that you saw that?
No, that is within excerpts that I viewed of some of his videos.
Excerpts.
In which he made statements about sex and women in the group.
All right. And what time frame was that as you watched those? Was that for preparation for this case?
Yes.
Okay. And were those ones that the DA's office gave you, or you got it your own?
I received them through the prosecutor's office.
So the prosecutor gave those to you? Okay.
Yes.
All right. All right. Thanks, sir.
Ms. Thomas?
No additional questions, Judge. This witness may be excused.
All right, thank you so much. You are free to go.
All right, all right, all right. That's all for the
Oh, that's freaking awesome. That's freaking awesome. Godmama, do you mind if we take a 3 to 5 minute break? 3 to 5 minute, or you? I dropped the link in the chat. It is pinned. So if anybody wants to come up for a quick intermission between Aaron's testimony and right now, come on up. I need to step away for a sec. Yeah. So feel free to come on up, guys, just for a minute or two, and we're going to move on to Aaron's. I got some notes I want to address. What a way to end it. Good job, Rick Ross. Felony out here thugging it. You know what I'm saying? Bum, 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 bum. We need to make our own little outro music. Well, not outro music, but intermission music. We have one, don't we? It sounds like Seinfeld. No, I'm just kidding. I'm not doing that. Okay, we're back, y'all. Hold on. There's a couple notes. Nobody hit the link, so we're not mad at that. We're gonna push forward, pushing forward. Because we do have Aaron's testimony. But before we move over to Aaron's testimony, there is a couple things I wanted to point out so I could come back to those things to see if they come back up in later court situations. Not really notes for myself, because everything he was saying, I felt like, I've been on this. One thing though, I want to see what his grandma's nursing home code was talking about. I'm gonna have to go back and rewind to that. Oh, the two biggest things I want to talk about. Well, the Jewish Voice broadcast was his grandma's one. I want to go back to that one, and then the fact that he's been watching Bishop all these years, highlighted that. And then when he says when he said he saw excerpts, said it was from the prosecution. So the prosecution did get all the videos we've sent in. Who knows whatever team, but they got him, y'all.
Yes.
The prosecutor, when he said that, I said, "Oh, bitch, y'all got him. Y'all got him." Maybe y'all don't have him right now hemmed up, and that's something we'll get to further on. But what notes did you have, Godmama?
What stood out to me the most was that how long he has been watching. That's what stood out to me the most for the jury's sake, because he's not, he didn't come in the courtroom saying, well, this case is the first time that I've heard Eligio Bishop be mentioned as a cult leader. He's heard this is something that he's been aware of. So I think that was key for the jury to kind of stamp in their minds that this man could possibly be a cult leader. What did he call an destructive authoritarian leader? And then he went on to further explain, well, why don't these people just leave? And he explained why they don't leave. So I think the prosecution did a very good job at showing the jury why these people did what they did, why they joined, why they stayed, why when they left, they never said anything bad or went to the authorities about him, why some left and came back, He did a good job at that. And Mr. Bill.
Absolutely. He laid that foundation thick. Okay. But like you said, did you see how the defense came in and was like, aren't you a convicted felon? Like, is that going to trump over? Is that going to overshadow the actual knowledge that he was spitting?
Right.
The facts coming out his mouth. But I don't think so. I don't
And
think so.
Mr. Booker tried to push
the rape of the victim, and we are here to, how do we prove that she might have been moving some type of way, her mindset,
right,
the circumstances of coming in, coming out, having a text in the shower. Her statement alone doesn't make sense, but when you cement some stuff like this behind it, it helps. But we'll see. Is the jury willing to do their homework, or are they here for the drama and the pizzazz, and they mad that they paying this white man $3,000 to come up here and talk about some things, right?
But I mean, 3,000 ain't too bad, right?
It's not, but the economy's high, and he was doing that on purpose. That was a trigger word. There's people that are getting paid $20 a day to come sit on the street. He was definitely being petty, for sure. Yeah,
for sure.
Yeah.
I'm excited to see what Aaron has to say. I've kind of kept my ears open, and people were, his very powerful, and it was different for them to see him on this side, because we've known Aaron to be true for so long. So, and then we got a snippet of it Friday, just a little, like, couple minutes or whatever. So And
Yes.
that had chills, so I can't wait to hear the whole testimony.
Yeah, because I thought that little snippet was, yeah, very detailed, Tracy. I thought it was very, it wasn't what I expected. Out of all the people to hit the stand, we're thinking about the women. We've had 2 men hit the stand, and they didn't come to tread lightly from what I've seen. So, are we ready?
I'm ready.
I'm
Y'all got
ready.
your snacks and situated?
Oh, I'm ready too. I did make coffee, but I'm gonna get up and make some right now. I mean, I started it, but I haven't made it yet. Okay. Once again, shout out to Nick at Night. Thank you, Queen. We love it.
Bishop, aka Three God, whatever y'all want to call him. He is on trial for being the mastermind of this group of people. And one of the members felt like he held her against her will, took her kuda box, and all of the things. And now he is on trial to find out his guilt or innocence. Okay, several witnesses have already testified. And if you have not looked at my channel for the coverage, definitely go to my channel to see all of the other witness statements that apply to this trial. Now we're going forward with more testimony, and we're going to see where Eligio, aka Mr. Three God, okay, lies with his fate in this case.
Okay. Did you have an objection?
I do, Judge. I'd ask that the court to review the document.
Oh, okay, gotcha. So we're playing them now. Hold on, I didn't realize. Okay, got it.
No, Miss Tracy, this is our first time seeing any of these.
Hold on, Mr. Covey, are these sexually explicit? Does this fall under the category of sexually explicit material that we do not want?
No.
Streamed, it does not, okay, thank you.
And you will recognize me because I'm gonna make you.
Oh my gosh.
I'm gonna make I'm gonna make you love me because I made you. I can make you love me because I made you for me. I made you and breathed life into you. All of you. Coding you myself. Wake up, motherfuckers. You in my dream. You in my dream. You thought this was a white man's dream. No. I am not a man. I am not a woman. I am God. You cannot conceptualize me. I am neither here nor there. I am neither present, past, nor future. I am the great nothing. I'm beyond conceptualization. You cannot conceive me. I am beyond your mental capacity. There will be no queen. There will be no chieftain.
I remember this
All
video.
you bitches belong to me.
I reacted to this before.
All you bitches belong to the three. And I will have my way with you as I see fit. When I want, where I want, how I want. And if any one of you disrespect me, into the abyss you go. I will send your soul into the abyss of ignorance. And you'll be lost there, not having an identity, not knowing what you are, not where you are. You'll be lost forever.
That completes the first.
Before we go further, I don't have my mic plugged in, but before we go further, y'all, I am so happy they played this for the jury after the cult expert left the stand. This is perfect. I wish we could see Bishop's reaction to himself right now. Yes, nigga, this was you. Mr. I'm playing a character, you goofy nigga. Okay, my bad.
Crusty lips and all. Lips was crusty.
Oh boy. Okay, my bad. I will not be interrupting from here on out. My apologies, but baby.
All right, let's take them one at a time. Mr. Booker, what's your objection to that?
Judge, let's take and play that video. If you can just put on the record the length of time, the length of the video, I guess we could just do that once it's put in there.
Sure.
I have no objection.
Okay, thank you.
Why
Shout out
would you
to
object
the
to that
T.
video? That's not a good video to put in.
I'm not playing with you. She probably wants you to take that shit. You know what I'm saying? And that's how women get. They want you to take it. You asking for the vagina. I don't know why you doing that, my nigga. Like, stop asking for pussy, man. Take that shit. If that's your woman, that's your pussy. Take it. You feel me? Like, you shouldn't have to. She don't want to give you, man. She wants you to take it. That's why you're not getting nothing. Would you let your date a man like you? What?
Is that the second one?
Yes, Your Honor.
Is that the complete second one?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, Mr. Booker?
Judge, I'm fine with them playing that one as well.
Okay.
The text is going across the screen. I don't think it would be appropriate for jury to see. If there's a way to play that without that, but sure, that's better.
Can we crop it up?
Yeah. Okay, she can work on that.
I'm not the technical half of this team. And then, I don't think this will be contested, but it's our second witness of the afternoon. The 413 evidence that the court admitted will come up during that testimony. I tailored.
Oh, thank you.
So we don't run into the
Thank you.
same issues last time.
Perfect. All right, can you crop it in a minute and let's, I want to hear, was there a third one that you wanted to play? Was it just those two?
It was just those two.
Oh, okay, perfect. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Okay. Continue. Carry on. I remember we do have to break a little earlier today.
Yes, and
Judge, for purposes of time this afternoon, do you kind of know roughly?
I'm thinking between 4:30 and 5.
Okay.
So one of the jurors needs to be home before sundown, so that's kind of what, you know, it may be closer to 5.
Okay.
I don't know.
I miss dance every day this week for my daughter.
What time is dance?
It's in Beaufort. I'm not going to make it.
If we leave at 4:30?
I'm not going to make it either way because I have to go home first. So they have one. It's the last one.
I'm sorry.
It's fine. I'll be in order.
I know, stinks.
But I'll make one tomorrow.
I can't tell you how many baseball games, concerts I've missed.
You gotta work.
There's no such thing as work-life balance when you're an attorney, unfortunately.
Especially when you roll one out right on one trial out of the next.
Yes, I know, and the judge doesn't give you a break, I get it.
But I give you have a calendar as well, so I understand.
And it may end up making sense where it actually is a little earlier, depending, because we have 2 witnesses that will be, I don't know, I don't think will take us all the way to 4:30. And then the next witness that we have this afternoon is Detective Panosian, whose testimony would include the 50-minute statement made by the defendant.
So we can do that on Monday.
Right, and
Okay.
with it being a weekend, I don't know.
I agree. Would he be the last witness?
No.
Okay. How many more?
2 civilian witnesses this afternoon, then there would be 2 additional civilian witnesses. They're the other 2 from the 413 hearing.
Right.
And then the detective and the state's other expert.
You think we can finish by Monday afternoon?
Yes.
Okay.
But I also thought we would finish this afternoon, so we'll see.
Okay. All right, we're good? All right, anything else we need to take up before I bring the jurors in?
Nothing from the state.
Okay. All right, let's bring them in.
So he's saying that they think that he thought he would be done by today. But so basically he's going to be done today because that was Friday. So the state will rest possibly today.
Mm-hmm. And nobody wanted to believe that.
Mm-mm.
It was like, yo, they trying to. We'll just see what happens, y'all. I ain't even going there. Thank y'all for being here. Hit that flag.
Aaron Dixon.
Thank you.
Okay, come on in.
Raise your right hand. You swear or affirm the testimony to the court is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, sir, I do.
State and spell your name for the court.
First name Aaron, Aaron, last name Dixon, Dixon.
All right, and Aaron, do you know Eligio Bishop?
I do.
When did you first hear of Mr. Bishop?
First time I found out about Mr. Bishop was 2017, October.
And what was going on in your life back in October of 2017?
Around that time, I was preparing to be honorably discharged from the United States Army.
And what were your plans what were you planning on doing once you left the Army?
One of my initial plans was to enroll in college and also seek some form of employment.
Okay. And what drew you to Mr. Bishop?
Prior to finding Mr. Bishop, as most people know, YouTube recommends videos based upon your search history and watch history. And I have been involved in natural living, spirituality, and things like that. And eventually, one of his videos popped up on my feed.
And at that point, did you start watching those videos?
I did start watching the videos that was uploaded on YouTube, as well as the live videos that he's currently doing.
Where was the group located at that point?
At that time, they were located in, I believe, Belize.
And what were your impressions of them?
Initially, what drew me to them was the fact that they were from the States like me. And they seemed to be peaceful. They seemed to be wanting to stray away from the typical, I would say, normal society living as far as like being in a city and things like that, and wanting to be more separate from traditional societal ways.
And so at some point, did you begin to communicate with Mr. Bishop?
I did. Prior to speaking to Mr. Bishop, I was speaking to other members who were there. I believe the first time I actually spoke to Mr. Bishop directly was on Instagram live video.
And about how long was that after you first started noticing the videos?
I'd say probably about 3 or 4 months.
Okay. Eventually, did you move and join up with Mr. Bishop?
I did. May 2018, I flew into Belize.
And at that point, had your military career ended?
Yes, my military career ended October 2017.
And when you left for Belize, where were you staying at that point?
Before leaving to Belize, I was at my grandmother's house in Butler, Georgia.
And when you got to Belize, how did you, did someone come pick you up? How did you get to meet up with the group?
So prior to getting on the plane to go to Belize, I was flying out of Atlanta. I spoke with Mr. Bishop, and he told me that they were going to pick me up from the airport in Belize. And in fact, they did come. They showed up in a very large size van with materials on the top, I believe camping equipment and whatnot. And we went from there.
Who all was in the group at that point?
You actually want me to give names?
Or just how many folks were there?
It was about 12 people.
And where were they sleeping or living?
When they first picked me up, we left Belize and drove to Cancun, Mexico, and it was a Airbnb.
Okay. So did you spend any time in Belize, or once you met up, did y'all take off?
I spent probably about a few seconds in Belize. As soon as they picked me up from Belize, we immediately drove to Mexico.
Okay. All right. So when you get to Cancun, you said there's about 12 folks. Is that right?
Correct.
Are these both males and females?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And was it just one Airbnb in Cancun?
Yes, sir.
And what were the sleeping arrangements like there?
The sleeping arrangements at the Airbnb specifically, right?
Yes.
There was, I would say, Mr. Bishop, and at the time he was with, they had their own room, they had their own quarters. There was another room. There was two rooms, and then there was a living room. So some people were sleeping in the living room, some people were sleeping in the two rooms, but he had his own quarters at the time with his wife or girlfriend, however you want to refer to it.
And when you got there, what were your first impressions of the group, the whole experience?
So initially, it was normal. They asked me regular introductory questions that you would ask anybody you first met. How was your flight? What was your zodiac sign? Because we was big into astrology at that time. When's your birthday? People were offering me water. People were offering me snacks, things of that nature.
And when you, so were you in the group, did you go by your legal name?
No. Your legal name was actually discarded before you even joined the group. That was kind of like a initiation phase, a form of showing that you have detached from the identity.
And what did you go by?
Throughout the whole thing, because I had multiple names.
Sure.
Okay, so my first name was Ace. My second name was Judge. Then I was Drew. So I had about 3 names.
And how was your relationship with the defendant, Mr. Bishop?
That depends on what time in the journey we're referring to.
Well, let's start if we're talking about the beginning near Cancun, when you, shortly after you got there, how did the two of y'all get along?
I remember an incident when we was at the mall in Mexico, and he took a group photo with the guys, but I wasn't present for the photo. I was actually talking to my now wife at the time. He was very upset. He made a statement that I was what the group refers to as out of tune, meaning that I was not being connected to the other members, and I was kind of going straight on my own. He was upset.
Okay. And that happened in Cancun?
Yes.
Okay. And just so we can get it cleared up, the person that you're referring to that later became your wife, what is her name?
Kendra Carter.
Okay. And were there rules in the group?
There were a multitude of rules. Mr. Bishop, for any reason, anytime, would implement and or remove rules. But the 3 rules I want to highlight pertain to food, sleep, and relationships.
Okay, what was the rule pertaining to food?
Food was one meal a day. The consumption outside of that one meal involved very small things like nuts or fruit. And in addition to that, you couldn't eat until Mr. Bishop was served first. So that was one of the standard things. He had to get his food first, he had to get his plate first, and even if he decided not to eat, then nobody was eating.
And what about, I think you said sleeping arrangements?
Well, as far as sleep is concerned, so if Mr. Bishop was talking, you couldn't go to sleep until he was finished. And if you were already asleep, if Mr. Bishop began talking, you had to get up and stay up until he was finished.
And the third rule, I think you said relationships.
Yeah, so relationships, Mr. Bishop was the approving and or disproving authority as it pertains to relationships. If he wanted you to be with somebody, you were going to be with them. If he didn't want you to be with somebody, you had to terminate the relationship. And in addition to that, somebody like myself of the lighter complexion was only allowed to be with somebody of darker complexion. So that was the standard rule.
And did those rules stay consistent throughout your entire time in the group?
No. Like I said in the beginning, Mr. Bishop would adjust the rules according to whatever he saw fit at the time.
Were folks able to say no to Eligio Bishop?
No. Not without some form of reprisal, some type of reprimand.
What would happen if someone said no?
That varied. So I've seen people be put in closets. I've seen people have to stand up against walls. I've seen people be kicked, slapped, hit. I've seen people have like their characters tainted if they left. I've seen people have to sit in meetings for 2, 3, 4 hours being told why they shouldn't leave, why there's nothing outside of this group, things of that nature.
Go ahead, boy.
And what did the members of the group call Mr. Bishop?
That depended as well. So he went by many names. He was Chief. He was the Commander-in-Chief of the Earth Plane. He was Baba G. And inevitably, he just became God.
When did that transformation take place to him calling himself God?
So initially, his stance of calling himself God was supposed to relate to everybody, meaning that he believed that God was basically in all of us, in all things. But it shifted, I'll say, heavily in Atlanta. In Atlanta, it became not about a collective God-like spirit, but it became more of an isolated, no, just me. This body right here is God.
And when you say in Atlanta, were y'all in Atlanta more than one time?
Yes, sir. We was in Atlanta prior to COVID, 2019, 2020. And then we returned to Atlanta. When did we come back to Atlanta? Because
What if I told you that instead of setting up a green screen,
we got deported the first time.
Would it have been mid-2021 maybe?
Yeah, it had to be because he was arrested April 14, 2022. So yeah, it was 2021 for sure.
Okay. And when you were saying that the transformation to Mr. Bishop calling himself God, that happened in Atlanta, was that the first or the second time that you were in Atlanta?
That was the second time. Okay. The first time we was in Atlanta was prior to COVID.
Okay. And how did that transformation from everyone is God to just he's God, how did that affect like the dynamics of the group?
So it became strictly about worshiping him and exalting him as the reason why we're doing this in the first place, when the initial reason that people came out there was to be a part of a collective.
How did Mr. Bishop refer to the world outside of the group?
So everything outside of the group was often referred to as demons, hell, lower self. He often referred to America as white supremacy. So it became literally a black and white thing.
And were you all able to maintain contact with friends and family outside of the group?
Yes.
And what did the defendant, Mr. Bishop, think of people communicating with folks that were not a part of the group?
It depended upon the nature of the circumstances. If you were communicating with a family member to obtain some form of a resource, that was definitely permitted and encouraged. But if you were referring and contacting family members who were attempting to get you to look outside of the group, and that was discouraged, and that was referred to as demons, like I said prior.
Okay. And when folks left the group, how did the defendant respond?
That depended as well on the circumstances. It could be as simple as, you'll be back, there's nothing out there, to people actually being physically restrained.
Anyone in particular come to mind with that?
Yes, I don't know if her name has ever been mentioned, but her first name is Tori. I cannot remember her last name.
Okay.
And also Miss, I've seen her be restrained, physically restrained as well.
Now, was there an us against them sort of attitude that the defendant, put into this group?
Absolutely.
Can you describe that?
So, like I said before, it literally became black and white. One of Mr. Bishop's main philosophies is that your intelligence and your ability to be, I would say, good was dependent upon your melanin content or your pigmentation. So Mr. Bishop looked down upon those who were lighter complexion, especially those who are referred to as, Caucasian or white.
Did you ever observe violence within the group?
Yes.
Was that something that would happen frequently?
Yes.
And who would, not like a person, but was there, like, in what circumstances would violence come up?
One of the most common ones was with women, the dynamic between males and females. Mr. Bishop would often refer to women as not having their own mind, being the devil's wife, and that whenever they would oppose a male, it had to do with some type of evil spirit within them. And the abuse that was inflicted upon them was actually not even looked at as abuse, but in fact, it was considered to be disciplinary.
Do you remember?
I do.
And do you remember the time that she left the group for the last time?
I do.
What was going on that evening before she left?
So Mr. Bishop had started doing some type of weird display on the internet. And when Miss decided that she didn't want to be a part of the group, she was physically slapped by the person's group name is Zoka, but her actual legal name is I witnessed that.
And what caused Zoka or Miss to start striking?
She felt as if Miss was displaying behaviors that were actually disrespectful to Mr. Bishop.
And after Zoka hit, what did she do?
She didn't do nothing because she knew that if she did do something, that it wasn't just going to be hitting her. It was going to be more than likely all the women. Because typically the guys didn't involve themselves when it was some form of a female being disciplined, being what I would say disrespectful, unless it was his quote unquote wife. Usually the women were instructed to discipline other women.
And what do you remember happening? Like, how did that situation end where it's hitting? How did that stop?
Well, it stopped because Miss basically just gave in to the circumstances because she knew that she didn't have the physical capabilities to fight off, more than one person. And so she inevitably just gave into the situation.
And did you interact with her anymore that evening?
I believe that she spoke with me about going to get her bags or her luggage, but the engagement was minimal.
And do you remember anything else that happened that evening?
I know that Miss was about to get into her Uber and leave, but she was told by Portia Wade that Mr. Bishop wanted to see her again. And at that point, she came back inside.
Okay. And where were you at this point?
I think I was inside the house. I'm not sure. I really am not sure where I was at that time.
But you were were you
I was
there?
present. I was
Okay.
present for that. What I'm speaking about is not something that I, heard third party. I witnessed that.
Okay. And so what happened next once Miss Wade told you that Mr. Bishop wanted to see her? What happened next?
I know that she went back upstairs to her room, to his room, to his quarters, but I did not see anything else outside of that.
Okay. And were you upstairs in the room with them?
No, sir.
Okay. You stay downstairs?
Yes, sir.
Do you remember what was going on in the house that night?
No, not outside of her being physically assaulted. I went on about whatever affairs I had going on that day.
Okay. While you were in the group, did the group maintain a fairly robust social media presence?
Yes, we were on Twitter, Instagram, YouTube, Facebook, and there's this app that most people are unfamiliar with. It's called Bigo Live, BIGO.
And was that something that Mr. Bishop handled all by himself, or did he have help?
He had help. One of the helpers at the time was a former member by the name of Marjorie Wade, and another member by the name of Armand. I believe his last name is Palmer.
Okay. But to your knowledge, as best as you know, did anything get posted on the defendant's social media without him having approved or caused it?
No, because you couldn't even post on your own page unless it was in alignment with what he was posting. Our pages started becoming almost identical to his because it was basically a form of enhancing the message.
May I approach the witness, Your Honor?
Yes.
Mr. Dixon, I'm showing you a disc. I believe you reviewed, may have reviewed 2 videos contained on that disc earlier today.
Yes, sir.
And do you recognize those videos?
Yes, sir.
Who is depicted or who is speaking in those videos?
Mr. Bishop is speaking in both of those videos.
And are those videos consistent with the way that Mr. Bishop would address the group?
Yes, sir.
Are they consistent with the way that he would speak about women within the group?
Yes, sir.
They fair and accurate copy. I mean, were you present when those videos were filmed?
I was not. I was present for the second video. The first video, I wasn't present for the first video.
Were they consistent with how he acted within the group?
Yes, sir.
At this time, I tender State's Exhibit 3.
No objection to State's Exhibit 3.
All right, thank you. It'll be admitted and you can publish it.
I don't know why he didn't object. I would have objected. I don't know.
I think I may have to reconnect this.
They about to play the videos we saw in the beginning.
And you will recognize me. Because I'm going to make you.
Show us Eligio's face. We want to see the chief of the Earth
These
Plane's
good
face.
times to be in a courtroom, see them jurors' faces.
I'm going to make I'm going to make you love me. Because I made you. I can make you love me because I made you from me. I made you and breathed life into you. All of you. Coding you myself.
I know the jury is like, oh, hell no.
You in my dream. You in my dream. You thought this was a white man's dream. No. I am not a man. I am not a woman. I am God. You cannot conceptualize me. I am neither here nor there. I am neither present, past, nor future. I am the great nothing. I'm beyond conceptualization. You cannot conceive me. I am beyond your mental capacity.
I know they like, oh, and these people, they had to just sit there and listen to this.
There will be no queen. There will be no chieftain. All of you bitches belong to me. All of you bitches belong to the three. And I will have my way with you as I see fit. When I want, where I want, how I want.
Why wouldn't his lawyer object to this?
And if any one of you disrespect me, into the abyss you go, I will send your soul into the abyss of ignorance. And you'll be lost there, not having an identity, not knowing what you were, wherever you were. You'll be lost forever.
Exactly.
He hits his mark center stage and is crushed by a baby grand piano.
You're replacing me? Customize and save.
Performance.
She probably wants you to take that shit. You know what I'm saying? And that's how women get it. They want you to take it. You asking for the vagina. I don't know why you doing that, my nigga. Like, stop asking for pussy, man. Take that shit. If that's your woman, that's your pussy. Take it. You feel me? Like, you shouldn't have to. She don't want to give you, man. She wants you to take it. That's why you're not getting nothing. We should let your date a man like you. What?
Stick a fork in him.
Now, there were many videos that you participated in within the group as well, right?
Yes, sir.
And during the time, your time in the group, did you say positive things about Mr. Bishop and the group in general?
Yes, sir.
And did those views that you expressed in those videos accurately reflect what was happening within the group?
No, sir.
Now, in terms of these videos and what was shared online, were folks acting within the group? Was it like a scripted, I guess, play, or were you acting out roles?
No, sir.
Okay. After, at some point, was Mr. Bishop arrested?
Yes, sir.
Okay. After that happened, did you have occasion to do an interview with one of the media stations here in Atlanta?
Yes, sir, I did.
And during the course of that interview, did you defend Mr. Bishop?
I did.
Okay. And why did you do that?
Personally, I believe I was running on autopilot, and the best thing I can compare it to is someone who's transitioned out of the military. After doing something for so long, I believe that there's a delay in which you have to psychologically separate from something that you've been trained and conditioned to do over and over again.
And at what point did you finally cut ties with the group?
I can tell you the exact date, September 27, 2022.
That's all the questions I have for Mr. Dixon at this time.
Good job.
Judge, that for Mr. Dixon, how are you doing?
I'm good, sir.
All right, Robert Booker, I represent Mr. Bishop. Just a few questions for you. All right, so October 2017, you met Mr. Bishop in Mexico, correct?
No, sir.
Here in Atlanta?
Believe.
Neither. When did you meet him?
I met Mr. Bishop in May 2018.
2018. Okay, I had a date of October 2000. Was that when you were in the military?
That was the date of my discharge, yes, sir.
Okay.
And
All right.
also the date that I first encountered Mr. Bishop online.
Online, okay. So essentially, you mentioned earlier that YouTube, the algorithm kind of pops up with videos that would be things that they think you may like or want to look at.
Yes,
right?
sir. Yes,
And so at some point during the time that you were finishing up in the military, you were looking for stuff of a, I guess I would call it a natural lifestyle. Is that what that would be called?
Yes, sir. Natural alternative.
Okay. Does that mean like living outside and things like that, living kind of off the grid?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And so you were looking to kind of live off the grid, and a video that he posted kind of showed people living like that.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And so at some point, May of 2018, that's when you went to Belize and you met with him and some other people.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And then y'all left and went from, well, actually you went to Mexico, and then you guys went to Belize, right?
No.
You,
I flew in from Atlanta
Mhm.
to Belize, and then from Belize, we drove to Mexico.
Okay. So from Belize to Cancun.
Yes,
Is that
sir.
correct? Okay. All right. Got them backwards. So, and you guys were in Mexico for about how long?
We was in Mexico for about a year.
Okay. All right. And was there a mixture of males and female there?
It was.
Okay. Was she one of the people that was staying there?
No, sir.
Was Velvet one of the people that was staying there?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And the place in Mexico, was it a house or just a large plot of land?
It was a house
Okay.
with a large plot of land.
With a large plot of land?
Yes.
Okay. And in that large plot of land, people stayed out in tents and in the house, correct?
Both, yes, sir.
Okay. All right. And so ultimately, did you remain with the group from 2018 when you got there until September 27th of 2022?
Yes, sir.
You were with them each for all that time frame?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So when they came back to Atlanta, you were with them when they came back to Atlanta as well?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So jumping forth to the 24th of March 2022, you indicated that you were staying in Atlanta with them at that time, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And I think you indicated that the way that you guys were posting online included Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, YouTube, and something called Bigo or BIG or something like that?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And is it fair to say that you guys had a pretty big online presence?
It is.
Okay. Was it a lot of people that were following what you guys were doing?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And what were people following you guys? Like, why were they following you? What was it for? Like to see how you lived, or what were they watching?
I would break it down into two categories. There was people who actually believed what we were doing. They believed that it was actually a natural group that wanted to live in harmony and be peaceful. And there was also a group of people who felt as if something nefarious or kind of sinister was going on.
So there would be people that would message you guys and sort of antagonize you, and then there were other people that just follow along and didn't do that.
Correct.
Okay. And so the people that antagonized you were ones that said, well, that's fake. That's not real. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And then there were others that looked and said, well, that seems real to me, and they would support you guys.
Correct.
Okay. And did you put out content on a daily basis, multiple times a day?
It was frequent, yes, sir. Multiple times a day.
Okay.
On a daily basis. Yes,
And were these videos and other types of media?
it was videos, pictures, written documents,
Okay.
things of that nature.
But this would be 7 days a week.
Pretty much, yes, sir.
Okay. All right. And then that started from when you went there in 2018 all the way until you finished
in 2022?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Were you part of the video production committee?
Not initially, but it got to a point shortly after Mr. Bishop got arrested. I was literally the only male that was present with the group. So I basically was handling everything. But prior to me, there was, I don't know if you want to give you names, but there was at least 4 other guys who were in charge of the video editing, production, upload department.
Okay. Did you guys do music as a group as well?
We did.
Okay. And did you do other type of graphic arts and things like that?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And that was what the guys were essentially as a group responsible for all this?
In a way.
Okay.
We were responsible as far as the editing and the designing and stuff like that. But as far as approval and disapproval was concerned, Mr. Bishop always held that position.
Okay. And if another person from the group said that acting was part of what you did, that would not be true?
No.
So that was it was everything that you did that was video was actual and authentic?
No.
That's what I'm asking. So
no, certain parts, especially in Atlanta, it was, how would I say, some type of presentation to get people to believe something that we wanted them to believe at that time.
Okay. So would it be dramatized?
I would say, yeah.
Okay. So if there was a certain message that you wanted to get across to the public, then you would display a video that would make the public believe that, even though it may not be true.
Not all the time.
I'm not saying all the time.
Sometimes.
But sometimes you would display an image that said, well, this is what I want y'all to believe, even though it's not true, we're gonna put it out there anyway.
Yes, sir.
Okay. All right. All right. Going to March 24th, 2022. At that time, about how many people were staying at that house in here in Atlanta? More than 15, around that range?
Yeah, about 15 people. Yes,
Okay.
Sir.
Mixture of men and women?
Yes, sir.
Were there cars? Did people there have cars to drive around?
No, sir.
There were no cars there?
I didn't say it.
Okay.
There was a car there.
Okay.
But it wasn't a car for everybody to drive around.
Was it Mr. Bishop's car?
Yes.
Okay. Was he the only person that drove it?
No.
Did the other people drive? Did other people drive it? That's a question. Were the other people allowed to drive it?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Were there males and females allowed to drive it?
Yes, sir.
Okay. All right. And was that?
There are people who are rich and there are people who are righteous. And I was like, there has to be a way to be both.
Please hit the like. Thank you.
Another vehicle there. It was a Genesis. Mr. Bishop said he was renting it from somebody.
The Hyundai Genesis? Hyundai Genesis? That kind of car?
I wouldn't be able to tell you. I just know it was Genesis.
Okay.
That vehicle went away, and then there was only one vehicle left.
Okay. All right. And so going back to March 24th, in this house is a 2-story house, 3 bedrooms on the 2nd floor, open area on the bottom, right?
That's accurate.
Okay. And out of the 15 people, there's a mixture of men and women living there.
Yes, sir.
You're one of those men.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And Mr. Bishop, he stayed in the bedroom upstairs.
Yes, sir.
With some other women.
Correct.
Okay. It wasn't just one woman he stayed with, it was multiple women he stayed with,
Yes,
correct?
sir.
Did the other women that were out of that 15 stay upstairs also?
Sometimes. It depends. Because if you were in a relationship with a male, you would sleep in his area.
Okay.
And if you weren't, and you was in a relationship with Mr. Bishop, or you weren't in a relationship at all, you would typically remain upstairs.
Okay. So no relationship, you stay with the other girls. If you're in a relationship with Mr. Bishop, you stay with him. If you're in a relationship with another male, you stay downstairs with that male or wherever that male is.
Wherever that male is, correct. Yes, sir.
But what the single women stayed in a bedroom together upstairs?
Typically, yes, sir.
Okay. And then there was a 3rd bedroom upstairs. Did anybody stay in that one?
Outside of Mr. Bishop's quarters, the 2 bedrooms upstairs were typically reserved for the other females. But at one time, at one point, it was more of, I would refer to it as like a co-ed type thing.
Okay.
And so there was guys and women occupying both spaces.
Okay. So in March of 2022, do you remember how it was situated at that time? Just on the 24th. If you don't recall, great. If you do,
If I'm not mistaken, I believe it was Mr. Bishop and only the women allowed upstairs, and the guys were evenly distributed between the living room downstairs, the garage, as well as what I would refer to as like a dining area.
okay. All right. And so at this particular house, you saw that it was nighttime, I'm assuming, on the 24th when you saw Zoka. You saw that person hitting, correct?
I wouldn't say that it was nighttime, but I'm for sure it was late evening.
Okay.
I'm not sure if it was that actually for sure got dark.
Okay. But you'd agree with me is that day at some point you saw Zoka hitting it.
Yes, sir.
Correct. And she hit her in the front of the head and in the back of the head as well.
I don't know about the back of the head, but I remember seeing her slap her across her face.
Across her face. Did you see her slap her more than one time?
I seen her slap her one time.
One time. Okay. Were you present around them the entire time?
Not the entire time. I was just present for that slap.
Okay. Once you saw the slap, did you leave the room?
No.
Okay. Did you stay there?
I did.
Did Zoka leave the room?
No.
Okay. Did Zoka leave the room?
No.
Okay. Was there continually watching, I think what you described as a weird video, a weird display on the internet that Mr. Bishop, that's where you guys were sitting down there looking at, correct?
Yeah, the one with the face painting and cat claws and some other stuff.
Face paint and cat claws. Okay. All right. And so at that point, you saw the slap and eventually the meeting breaks up?
Yes, sir, it does.
Okay. And she goes upstairs.
I don't think she goes upstairs directly following that.
Okay. At some point, I think during your direct, you said that she came to you and asked you to get her bags.
At one point, yes, sir.
Okay. And so when she came to you and asked you to get her bags, did you go get her bags?
No.
Okay. Did she go get them or somebody else went and got them?
Somebody else went and got them.
Okay. All right. And so when she got her bags, they came in and she started packing?
I think her bags was already packed, but it was a phone charger that she was missing.
Okay.
That she wanted to make sure she got so she could make sure the device was able to work for her.
Okay. So she was looking for a phone charger.
Correct.
Okay. And so ultimately you learned that she has an Uber coming and the Uber's outside. She's headed outside to the Uber and then she's told to come back inside.
Correct.
Okay. And so she does come back inside.
She does.
Okay. And she goes up to the second floor of the house.
I didn't see her.
Oh,
But
okay.
that's from my understanding that she goes back upstairs. I
Okay.
did not see that.
Did you hear her being called back in the house?
I was there for that.
Okay.
Yes,
But when she came back in, you didn't see her come back in.
No, I seen her go through the door. I didn't see her go upstairs.
Okay. Were you inside or outside when she came back in?
I think I was outside.
Okay. Was the Uber outside?
It was.
Okay. Did she come outside while you were out there? Did you see her? I mean, if she went back into the door, I would assume she came outside.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
If I'm not mistaken, I believe I was outside because I remember seeing her. I think I was getting ready to actually go somewhere because I was one of the primary drivers, and that's why I'm not sure about what happened on the inside because I believe I was outside. But I'm very familiar with her being called back in and her going inside. And I'm very familiar with Uber being present.
Okay. So let me ask you then, since you were outside, you were one of the drivers. Did she ask you to drive her anywhere?
No.
So there wasn't a discussion with you about taking her somewhere?
No.
Where you declined to take her? No?
No, sir.
Okay. But you were getting ready to leave in the car?
I was, yeah.
Okay. If she had asked you to leave with you, would you have allowed her to leave with you?
I wouldn't have been able to make that decision. I would have had to seek some type of approval on whether or not that was allowed because sometimes people were left to find their own form of transportation out of the group. And sometimes we would provide that transportation for them.
Okay, so it's something you'd have to ask Mr. Bishop or somebody else.
Correct.
Okay. And so ultimately she goes back in the house and that was the end of you seeing her?
Yes.
Okay. Did you leave the house that night?
I think so. I think so.
Were you the next day were you there the next day as well? Or did you come back?
I was there the next day.
Okay. Did you see her again after that night?
No.
Okay. You didn't go upstairs or anything when you came back?
No, sir.
All right. You didn't hear anyone screaming or anything along those lines?
I did not.
Okay. She just went upstairs and that was the end of your seeing her.
That was the last time I saw her, yes, sir.
Okay. All right. Now, the state asked you just a few more questions. They asked you that about a news video or a news interview you did here in Atlanta after Mr. Bishop was arrested. In that video, you would agree that you were pretty adamantly defending Mr. Bishop?
Yes, sir.
Okay, but you changed your position since then?
Absolutely.
And so in September of 2022, you were done with the group?
Officially done, yes, sir.
Okay, all right. And just to ask you a question about the videos that were played in State's Exhibit, I think it was State's Exhibit 3. Does it say 3 on that?
That's what it says, yes,
okay.
Sir.
State's Exhibit 3, you were shown 2 videos. One was a slow, weird video where the defendant is talking very slowly and dramatically with something black thing on his head. Was that how he normally talked?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so there would be other videos where he would. Okay, and the video that was played after that, it wasn't slow and it wasn't dramatic. It was just like somebody talking regularly. Was that not how he normally talked?
Well, the thing about it is that the videos are so far apart.
Okay.
Meaning that the video where he's referring to taking it from women, when I looked at the Instagram username, it said Eligio by Nature. Eligio by Nature was the moniker that he used during Belize and Mexico, which was years before the second video, that the first video that was played while in Atlanta.
Okay. So the first video where he's having a conversation with somebody on the phone, talking about taking it, that's a video from 2019 or something, 18?
Roughly, yes.
Okay. And then that's an Instagram video that the group would have posted. Is that correct? Which would have been
not group. It would have been him.
Well, Mr. Bishop would have posted on his behalf.
Correct.
Which would have been a conversation with him and another person.
No, Mr. Bishop would have posted that video on his own. Nobody touched his Instagram profile.
Okay. Well, since he posted it on his own, it sounds like he's talking. Is he talking to himself or is he talking to someone else, or are you aware?
He's more than likely talking to somebody else, but I couldn't just say for a fact
that
he's talking to somebody else.
Okay. All right. And that was one that was posted to his Instagram in 2018 or under the username from 2018?
Roughly 2018, 2019.
Okay.
And back to your question about who he was talking to, if he was live, somebody was listening.
Okay. So when it's live, that means somebody else on the other end is seeking advice from Mr. Bishop and he's just kind of pontificating.
Correct. There would be no reason to go live. The whole purpose of going live is to engage with somebody.
Okay. All right. And when you say live, is that like Facebook or something?
Instagram.
Instagram?
Yes, sir.
Okay. I'm not on social media, so
Gotcha.
or not good on there. And 2022 was the second video, you think? The one with the
Yes,
really
sir.
slow drama?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And so if there were other videos from 2022, they would all be like that?
Not necessarily.
Okay, there would be a variety of them.
Yes, sir. It could potentially depend upon the day.
Depend on the day. So it's fair to say not all of the videos were that slow, dramatic thing or whatever that we just saw.
It is.
Okay. All right. Okay. Thanks, sir.
Redirect?
Yes, Your Honor. How many different countries did you all visit while you were in the group?
Belize, Mexico, Panama, Nicaragua, Costa Rica, at least 5.
Within the United States, were there any places that the group stayed outside of the Metro Atlanta area?
Yes, sir. Las Vegas, Los Angeles, California, Hawaii, Philadelphia, South Carolina, and those are the only ones I recall right now.
When Were you ever involved in the decision making of choosing like a physical house or place for the group to stay when you were planning a move?
Yes, sir.
Were there any qualities that Mr. Bishop looked for in location? Like, did he want to be by a lot of other people or on your own?
Isolation was one of the primary criteria for choosing the property.
So the questions I have, thank you.
How long would you usually stay at each of these locations?
It depends, Your Honor, but to give you an average, I would say about 6 months to a year.
And who would make the decision to move? Do you know?
Sometimes the decision would be made by authorities, meaning that we would either be deported or asked to leave.
Okay. Other times?
Other times we would move on our own.
Okay. All right, anything else for witness?
Not from the state, Your Honor.
Mr. Booker?
No, Your Honor.
All right, thank you so much. May he be
Yes, Your
excused? Okay, you're free to go. Thank you. All right, call your next witness.
Good job. Bravo, bravo, bravo. Okay.
That was amazing, Aaron. That was.
I'm on mute. He did it. He did it. He did it. We see that the Kendra's portion is being dropped right now, so we're gonna do what we said. Take a little break, talk about what we saw,
And I've
come
got a
back.
couple notes on Mr. Aaron. I sure do.
I do too. I do too.
Uh,
The first note. Do you want to go ahead and talk about them, or you want to take a break?
Well,
It's up to you.
let's do it real quick. My phone is on, so don't DM me right now, guys. I have a situation with my children, so my phone is on. If my kids call me, I might just have to dip off real quick. So please don't send me anything unnecessary right now, because I don't want to hear a bunch of ding, 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 ding.
Ding, ding, ding.
Let's take a break. Let's stretch. Let's come back. Let's discuss. Let's get into Kendra.
Amen.
Amen. Amen. And thank you again. We're back. Nikki's talking about can we come back at 12:30? No. We're rocking this out. We've been here 3 hours. No, ma'am. I'm sorry, Miss Nikki. We have the luxury of delayed court, so we get to watch it as we go, and then we get to shut it down and come back tomorrow with some more delayed court. So.
Amen.
Mhm. Mhm.
I really enjoyed Aaron's little testimony. I
Are
really did.
We're gonna get into that. You guys, the link is pinned in the chat, so if you want to come up real quick, feel free to do so. You were asking. It's okay. It's okay, Nikki. You can come up if you want to. If not, we're gonna say our piece and keep it pushing. But go ahead, come on, because I only have one thing to say about Aaron's testimony. So let me hear yours.
Um, I wrote down that the victim said that the incident happened in the girls' room. This was during prosecution examination. The victim said that the incident happened in the girls' room. Aaron's testimony during prosecution was that he thought it happened in Eligio's room. So that's one thing that's kind of not adding up with the victim's story. Not saying that Aaron's testimony overpowers, but just saying, boom, if I was a juror, this is what I write down. I wrote down that Aaron has a little country accent, and it was low key kind of cute when he'd be like, "Yes, sir."
Don't do it, because when he was struggling out there on those park benches or on those bridges, when he was still giving us the knowledge, remember he's like, I'm from Georgia. Y'all didn't
Right.
know that about me. So
One thing that was interesting is they never mentioned Solar, Courtney. They mentioned Velvet, they mentioned the victim, but no one ever referred back to Courtney's testimony. No one even acknowledged that the video that they posted, the weird video that Mr. Booker liked to call it, Courtney was knelt down right there. That was Solar in that video. And it was interesting that no one brought him up. Um, Another thing that was a big tiff was Solar had said that this whole thing was acting. Aaron said, "No, it was not all acting. There were some parts." And I think that should have got elaborated on by Cross. They should have elaborated more on the when was acting, when wasn't acting, when was a skit, when wasn't a skit. Who is the opposition? Who was the people who because Mr. Booker said there was either people who were with or against, and those people who were against would antagonize. And antagonize is kind of a word that makes it seem like those people were also influencing you on how to act. And then he basically said the same thing Janae, the victim said, in the sense of she went back to get her charger. She had already had all of her stuff packed. The only thing she could not find was the charger. So he kind of corroborated her story in that way. But that's all I got on his.
He did corroborate her story, and not in a different point of perspective, point of view. So it was interesting to hear his side, because I've never heard his side of what happened that night. So this was new to me, and I was like, oh, but I can picture it. I can visualize both of theirs in collaborate with the Twitter situation. So putting it all together, I can see certain, you know what I'm saying? You know how it is, but when you've been following things for a few years and, you see a little bit more than what they're showing in court.
Mhm.
My only thing to Aaron is, and a couple people picked up in it in the chat, was the spectrum that's being shown from
Right.
Solar to True.
Yeah.
I enjoy that, because these people were together, and you said that True didn't speak too much about Solar, but I didn't hear Solar speak too much about True.
Mm-mm.
So isn't
Mm-mm.
that interesting that they've been with this tribe, this cult, this situation, you think you would speak on your roommates a little bit more, especially if you
Right.
guys are, but they didn't. So maybe that's something the prosecution set up, because you could
Mhm.
tell that Aaron was prepped and that he
Absolutely.
took his job serious. You could tell Solar was like, yeah, I'm going to listen to you, but I'm also going to give myself time to shine. You
Right,
could tell
right.
that he went off script. Aaron stayed
Mhm.
the script.
Mhm. It was
Great
just
witness.
interesting because when they were going through the timeline, Mr. Booker specifically asked, "Was Velvet there?"
Mhm.
He didn't ask about Courtney, he asked about Velvet.
Right. So,
And I
and
don't
when
know if
we're
that's
saying
just you.
if we're closing Wednesday, if we're all this and that, we have Velvet to come up, right? We went through a little list of people that still have to come up, right? We have Kendra coming
Uh-huh.
up, but I guess they're not bringing the 3 blind mice or the 4 blind mice
Well,
up.
that's gonna be the defense's when the defense, states their case.
So the
They're for the defense
prosecutions
team.
will pick up then, but the prosecution isn't calling them. Okay.
Mm-mm.
Okay. Cool.
They'll
Cool.
cross-examine them,
Yeah, they'll cross
but
them, but they didn't call them. Okay, cool. All right. Well, are we ready for we're here for oh gosh, I can't I'm sorry. I am blacked out. Kendra, aka Sheba. Sorry.
Mhm. And
Had a
appreciate all
total
of you
brain
guys who
fog.
stayed here, with us, y'all will be behind too. We appreciate every one of y'all who stayed
Mhm.
behind and wanted to watch it fresh with us. We appreciate you.
Yeah, there's a couple of people that haven't seen it yet and said they're going to be over here with us. Now, I don't expect a whole lot of motion and commotion.
Yeah.
Y'all know what time it is fucking with us. This is genuine. This is true, genuine. Oh, she's still premiering it. Oh, it's still
Mhm.
premiering, babe.
Yeah. Well,
Oh,
we're probably close to 30, 40 minutes behind. 'Cause it started while we were still watching Aaron.
Witnesses they are showing, certain witnesses they
okay.
want to
So this is
protect.
still premiering.
So being that,
Thank you,
her
ladies. Still.
story is like, she went there and she had her V card, and then she tells a story about how he like took her V card. Those are things that they talked about in like the evidentiary hearing. So I know that that's going to come up here. So we're not going to see her. We're just going to hear her, and we're going to get into what she has to say about her time with Nature Boy and how all of that went.
And are you familiar with Eligio Bishop?
Yes.
When did you first learn of Mr. Bishop?
I first learned of Mr. Bishop in around Thanksgiving of 2017.
And how old would you have been at that point in your life?
23 years old.
And what was going on in your life at that point?
I was working and in school and going through just issues in relationships and where I wanted to be and go in my life, like who I wanted to become and what I wanted to do with my life.
And how did you find Mr. Bishop and his group?
I found them on Facebook.
Okay. And I guess when did you how did you first begin to engage with them?
So I first saw a video of the group in May 2017, and then later on that year, around Thanksgiving in 2017, I saw a video of Mr. Bishop teaching. And then that's when I went on his timeline, saw that those people were actually living with him and they were all part of the same group.
And what did you think of that?
I thought it was beautiful that they were living in the tropics and living off the land, like eating fruit off the trees in Costa Rica and being able to like live freely and have this knowledge of themselves and of what life and reality is and have this community lifestyle.
Is that what was appealing about the life that he offered?
Yes, definitely. That's what was most appealing.
When did you leave home to go stay with the group?
I left on December 10th, 2017.
And where was the group located at that point?
They were located in Texas.
And how was it arranged for you? I guess, where were you geographically before you left to go to Texas?
I was living in Seattle, Washington.
So how was it arranged for you to get from Seattle to Texas?
So I spoke with one of the members there. He reached out to me on Facebook, and we started chatting back and forth. And then he FaceTimed me, and Eligio got into the frame, and he was like, "If you're coming, you better come now. We're about to leave. We're about to go to Belize." And so I bought my plane ticket.
And that conversation with Mr. Bishop on the FaceTime, was that the first time that you had directly communicated with him, or had y'all talked before that?
That was the first time.
When you arrived in, was it Houston, or what part of Texas?
I'm not sure what part of Texas it was.
When you arrived in Texas, how did you get from the airport to the group?
The entire group came to meet me at the airport.
And what was that like?
It was like a lot of love. Like, they showed up, they all got out of the cars that they were in. They all gave me hugs. They were smiling. They were saying, "Welcome home." Yeah, it was like very warm, like a warm welcome.
And how long did you all stay in Texas before you went to Belize?
It was about 2 or 3 weeks we stayed there.
Did you bring personal belongings with you?
Yes, I brought just like clothes, you know, all the cards, like debit cards and credit cards I had, my ID. I didn't have a passport, but like my birth certificate, all that stuff, like I brought with me.
And what happened to, were you able to keep your belongings when you joined the group?
So they checked my bags, and they told me what I couldn't have there and what I could. So like they threw away stuff that was like my sketchbooks and things that we didn't believe in, and they wanted me to hand over my credit cards, my debit card, and stuff like any money, cash I had.
Crazy.
How much cash or money did you bring with you?
I think it was about $700 total.
And within the group, did you go by your legal name?
So that the first night, Eligio he looked at me and he was like, "I want to figure out what to name you." And I can't remember if it was that night or not, but he ended up giving me the name.
And how was your relationship with Eligio when you first got there?
There wasn't really a relationship. He kind of communicated to other people that he would want to communicate to me. I remember posting on my Instagram things like memes or quotes and stuff like that. And he told one of the guys to call me into his space, like where he was. And he told me where did you find these quotes from that you're posting? And this is my teachings. Why didn't you acknowledge me when you posted that? So there was kind of the first interactions with him was just like him establishing himself. I think to me as he's the leader.
Were there rules within the group?
Yes, yeah, there were a lot of rules.
How did you come to learn about those rules?
The first night I was given a tour of this is how we do things. They were telling me when we go to the bathroom, we go outside, number 1 and 2. If you like toilet paper, you could use 2 squares of toilet paper to go number 1 and 6 squares of toilet paper to go number 2. And if you wanted to use the bathroom inside the house, you couldn't use the toilet or the shower, just the sink. And you had to keep the door either propped open or unlocked because it was a no lock door policy. if you wanted to go into the kitchen, you had to be permitted to go into the kitchen. You weren't allowed to cook, you know, unless you were given permission.
When you say given permission, like where would this permission come from?
I'm stuck on the 6 squares of tissue.
Your mic's muted. I tried to unmute you down here, but it's muted. It wouldn't let me. I tried to help you out, but it wouldn't let me.
My bad, y'all. I was in here going off. I'm like, y'all don't remember when they used to do it? Y'all don't remember that? Where they used to divvy out sanctions, where they used to give portions and rations. Y'all don't remember that? And Bishop was screaming and yelling that you guys aren't providing, you guys aren't giving enough. I'm
Yep.
bringing in the most money. I'm this and that. That's when, this correlates with Aaron's testimony saying we all had to upload things and unite. But anyways,
Mhm.
back to testimony.
When I originally came there, I was with someone in a relationship that was there. That's the guy I was talking to on Facebook. And I had to.
Just so we're clear, what was that guy's name?
Oh, his name, his code name, like the name he was called in the group.
Sure.
It was On at the time, and it changed to Tron.
Okay. So you had a relationship going with him when you joined the group?
Yes.
Okay. And all right. So then you were explaining the rules, and I interrupted. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Oh, so in order to not be in a relationship with him anymore, I had to bring it to Eligio and tell him I don't want to be in a relationship with him anymore. And then, Eligio would say, okay, well, what he did say was, okay, well, I know someone else that you can be with. And then he basically set me and this other person up together, and then we had like this little ceremony where it was like a wedding, because there was no boyfriend and girlfriend. You were either wife and husband or you're not together, and you had to be with someone. You couldn't be by yourself. So it was always like you had to ask permission to not be with someone or to be with someone. And if he wanted you to not be with that person and break up, that's what had to happen.
And were there times that like there would just be no relationships?
There was times when he would say, like, I want all of the women to be separate from the men. Okay. And then he would just be with the women and the men would be separate.
Were folks within the group able to say no to Mr. Bishop?
No, I don't think so.
And what would happen if somebody did?
It would be a major issue to disagree with him. It would be like hours of meetings. Like if you would disagree with him, he would bring it to a meeting. He would always say like, okay, well, prove to me how you're right and I'm wrong. And so you would think that you're getting into this meeting and you have facts to like bring up why what you're saying is, a valid argument, but he would always dominate the conversation. And then you would end up basically just giving in like, fine, you're right. Or everyone else being like, yeah, we agree with him, you're wrong. And then towards my last years being there, like the last kind of months being there, actually, it was just like, anything you did to disagree with him, you would just get slapped, you would just be physically harmed, you sometimes jumped, it just, yeah.
And just so we can set up the timeline, when did you ultimately cut ties with the group?
In April of 2022, after Mr. Bishop's arrest.
So the time period where you're saying the last few months before you left, would that have been early 2022?
Yes.
What did members of the group call Mr. Bishop?
In the beginning, when I first got there, we called him Master Teacher. Then he wanted to be called Father Tahuti. Then he wanted to be called Chief. Then he wanted us to call him our Lord and Savior. And then Babaji. And then eventually he wanted us to call him, the women, he wanted us to call him Papi. Or God. Everyone had to either call him God or three God by the end.
And safe to say that his title sort of evolved over time.
Yes.
How did the defendant refer to the rest of the outside world?
The outside world was hell. It was Babylon. It was everyone outside of the cult was in their lower self. So they were like an unevolved, person, somebody that didn't have knowledge of self.
And how did Mr. Bishop look at folks communicating with their family or friends that were outside of the group?
Originally, like for me personally, he told me not to tell my family I was leaving home because he said they wouldn't understand. Don't tell your right hand what your left hand is about to do. They're going to try to talk you out of it. So when I got there, before I left, I ended up blocking all of my family members' numbers. And when I got there, my family was obviously worried and stuff like that. So I told them, ended up calling them and telling them where I was. But out of my 4.5 years of being there, I only talked to my mom a handful of times. I only talked to other family members a handful of times. He really didn't like us talking to outside people. He thought it was just like those people don't understand us. They don't know who we are. They're gonna put things in your ear. They're gonna try to convince you to go back to your lower self. And we really could only talk to family members who were supplying us with money or some type of resource. That was the only time he even wanted us to reach out. Reach out to your people because we need money right now, but not just to communicate with them.
And in your time that you were there, did you see other members of the group leave the group during that time?
Yes.
And how would Mr. Bishop respond to the fact that folks were leaving?
People that trying to leave the group was it was always just this big drawn out thing. Hours and hours of sitting there going back and forth with the person about why they're doing something wrong, opening the Bible up and showing them these Bible verses that prove that they're going back to their lower self, putting something else before the kingdom of God, putting their family or their kids or anybody before the kingdom of heaven. So they're gonna end up in hell. And at the end of their lives, when they die, they're gonna have committed the biggest sin, which is to go against the Christ, to go against, the Most High. And at some points, it was people were jumped. People were physically harmed for trying to leave, for just saying they wanted to leave. A lot of people left in the middle of the night because it wasn't really safe to tell somebody that you wanted to leave.
Your Honor, at this point, I think the limiting instruction that I provided would be appropriate.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, I need to read you some more information. I remind you that sometimes evidence is admitted for a limited purpose or for some counts and not others. Such evidence may be considered by the jury for the sole issue or purpose and only for the counts for which the evidence is limited and not for any other purpose. In order to prove its case in count 1, rape, the state has offered evidence of other offenses of sexual assault allegedly committed by the accused. You are permitted to consider that evidence for its bearing on any matter to which you find it to be relevant. The defendant is on trial for the offenses charged in this bill of indictment only and not for any other acts, even though such acts may incidentally be criminal. Before you may consider any other alleged acts, you must first determine whether the accused committed the other alleged acts and whether such acts were in fact acts of sexual assault. If so, you must then determine whether the act shed any light on the elements of the crimes charged in the indictment in this trial. Such evidence is, at most, supporting evidence of some issues and may not by itself be the basis of conviction for the case on trial. By giving this instruction, the court in no way suggests to you that the defendant has or has not committed any other acts, nor whether such acts, if committed, prove anything. This is solely a matter for your determination. Go ahead.
During the time you're in the group, did anything happen that made you believe that the defendant had developed a sexual interest in you?
Yes.
I was just gonna say, about how long after you got there did that happen?
I would say it was a few weeks, maybe a month, where I heard him say that when he found out I was a virgin, he had asked the universe for a virgin, and he implied that, like, he told me that he could open me up.
And was that in Belize at that point?
We were traveling, actually, like through Mexico, so we were like in the car.
And did you share his interest in a sexual relationship?
No.
And did you express your feelings to the defendant about whether or not you wanted a sexual relationship with him?
No.
Did he ever act on his interest in you?
Yes.
When did that happen?
When we were in Belize, he's like, me and his wife, or the woman that he was with at the time, Velvet, we got close, we were friends, and he invited me into the tent with them both one night to watch a movie. And I was laying next to her, and he was laying next to her on the other side. And he, like, in the middle of the movie, sometime during the movie, he was just told us, like, he wanted to break my virginity.
And how did you respond?
I don't remember saying anything. I just remember being scared. And he told her that he wanted her to be there and to hold my hand. And I remember her just like being upset and saying she didn't want to do it, and him yelling and saying, "You're gonna do it." And then he turned on the music and he broke my virginity.
And were you all like in a city or in the forest, or like where were you?
We were kind of like in a small town in Belize, but we had a house, but we slept in tents.
And in that moment, like, what were you, like, in that moment, like, did you feel like you had options?
No, like, he was my higher self. So it's like whatever he wanted from me, whatever he wanted me to do, it's just, I just did.
And how long had you been away from home by that point?
It has to at least be, it probably was almost 6 months.
And were there other instances of sexual contact between you and the defendant?
After that, yes.
And I guess, did you feel like, did you ever develop a romantic relationship with the defendant?
I wouldn't call it a romantic relationship.
How would you describe it?
It was like he wanted to have sex with me when he wanted to have sex with me. And he would just say, like, "I'm really attracted to you right now. I think I'm supposed to give you something," like, because he believed that his sperm or his, like, he believed that his sperm had higher knowledge in it. It was, if you were to swallow it or if you were to take it in, he believed that it would make you smarter, it would make you more enlightened. And so it was like he would say that the universe told him to have sex with certain people at certain times. Sometimes
This is the downloads we were talking about in the other
he
video.
would say that he got this calling, that that's what's supposed to happen, and that's what it was. It wasn't like oh, we love each other, so we're gonna,
Was there a time in, I think it was Mexico, that stands out in your mind to the defendant?
Yeah. Yes.
What was going on that day?
So I was with someone else. I was with another guy in Colt. Should I say his name?
Sure.
Okay. Aaron. I was with Aaron at the time. And we were in a relationship together, and Eligio had called me up to his room, and another woman told me that he called, like he told a woman to tell me. And I remember telling Aaron, like, I'm just gonna go up there and see what he wants, like, but I don't want to do anything with him, so it's not gonna happen. And I went up there, and he started just coming on to me and trying to kiss me and touch me. And I told him, I'm like, no, I don't want to do this. Like, I'm with someone else. I don't want to do this with you. And he told me to shut up. And he took me to the bathroom and made me give him oral.
And was anyone else there at that point?
I believe like Velvet came in later, but not at the time.
Not at the time.
Not at the time where he was making moves and doing those things.
Were there any other times in the group that Mr. Bishop forced himself on you?
I want to see his face.
I think that there was never a time where I felt like it was my choice to have sex with Mr. Bishop. I always felt like it was something that I had to do because he was my God, he was my Lord and Savior, and this is what the divine wanted, this is what God wanted at this point in time. And that ultimately maybe I would be more enlightened if I just did it.
I guess you were still part of the group when you left, right?
Yes.
What do you remember about the night before she left?
I remember, I think I remember quite a bit about what was going on at that time. I remember once we had company over, like someone that he knew. And,
Was this a guy or a girl?
I think it was a guy and two girls or something like that. And the girls, where we were talking to the girls, all the women were talking to the girls, like not in another room. And I remember like we just had this thing where it was like outsiders, where we always had to look at them like they were of their lower self, like we couldn't get too close to them. And I remember just getting really friendly with the women that were visiting, and it was like all the other women were looking at her like, you're not supposed to be doing that. And so once they left and everything, it was like an issue that was brought up that she was being too friendly with those women.
So when you say it was an issue that was brought up, did y'all as the other women bring it up, or did Mr. Bishop bring it up?
I believe it was probably one of the women that brought it up because, yeah, I think that he wasn't in the room at that time, so he didn't know if that's what was going on.
Gotcha.
But I believe, yeah, one of the women brought it up, and he then wanted to address it with her and everybody in the room.
Okay. How did he go about addressing it?
So he had this room where he would like sit behind this big desk, and he told everybody to pull up, which is like everybody come, gather around basically. And he told her to get on her knees, which is just something like, it's like what we had to do to address him all the time. You know, we couldn't be like standing. If he's sitting, we couldn't be standing. We had to be on our knees or on our face or whatever, like just lower than him. And so he told her to get on her knees, and he started addressing her about what happened. She started wanting to explain herself, and he was upset that she was like talking out of turn. Like, you know, he didn't want her to talk in certain moments, like you're not supposed to be talking, why are you talking? But she wanted to explain herself. And then I remember him telling her, like, if you keep talking out of turn, like you're gonna get smacked, like you're gonna get it. And then he said that I'm gonna have Zoka slap you, which is another member at the time. And Zoka walks behind and just kind of like stands behind her. And then as I don't know what the conversation was between Eligio, but they were kind of like going back and forth, kind of getting like upset because she's not able to express her point. He's saying she's being disrespectful and she's not moving like we move. She's out of our frequency. I guess she talks out of turn again. Zoka just smacks her like hard, like it was a hard smack. And I think like I just like be in shock of that. And then the rest of us just like gather around, like if she does something, like we're prepared that if we were to try to do something, somebody else is gonna step in because she's just supposed to take that smack, you know.
And was it just that one smack, or what happened next?
I believe after that, like expressed like she doesn't want to be here anymore. She wants to leave. And that's when it started to get like I would say like verbally abusive, because you know excuse me, because yeah, expressing that you want to leave is just like no. But he was like, you know, he would say like, go pack your bags, like get out of here. But everybody is like harassing her, like you're about to go back to your lower self. You know, you've given up on your journey. You're giving up on yourself. You know, all these things, and we're following her around the house as she's gathering her things and trying to pack up her things. And people are putting a camera in her face, like, look at her, she's leaving. She's gonna go back to just being a regular Babylonian. She's gonna go, and we're just like harassing her.
Like, and at this point, like, you're participating in that as well?
Yes, and I'm telling her like, oh, you're weak. Like, you can't even stay here and just take it. Like, you're weak. You're gonna go back to your lower self. And she starts trying to pack as much stuff as she can, but she decided like she's gonna leave her clothes. Because we start saying, you're gonna take everything back that you brought? Oh, look at you, that's the type of person that you are, you know, really just getting to her. And she gathers her suitcase up and takes it downstairs, and as she's putting on her shoes on the stairs, that's when Eligio starts talking to her, and he's like, see, what you're about to do is, you know what you're about to do. You're going to end up coming back anyway. You might as well stay, because you're just going to go, you're going to go to your grandmother's house, and then you're going to be upset and realize that you made a mistake going back to hell, like, you know, just going in on her while she's tying her shoes. You might as well not leave, because you know you're going to be right back. She ends up going out the door. Her Uber's outside. She takes her suitcase out to the Uber, and as soon as she gets to the door of the Uber is when I remember someone telling her, like, he wants to talk to you. And then she leaves. I remember her leaving her suitcase outside and coming back in the door and going upstairs where he was to his room. And then I remember him coming out of his room and taking her into the other third bedroom, door closed, and then
When you say taking her in there, like leading her, they just walked in?
Yeah, leading her. It was leading her.
And Were you upstairs at all while they were up in that room?
No, I wasn't. Well, I was, but not when I saw them going into the room, I was downstairs. But while they had been in there, yeah, but I was upstairs in the other room.
And did you like hear anything going on in that room or arguing, a struggle, anything happening that night?
I didn't hear that, no.
Okay. During your time in the group, I think we know we all on social media a lot. Like when you were in Carbonation, was the group present on social media?
Oh, yes, every day.
Yeah. And did you participate in some or all of those videos?
Yes.
And did anything get posted, to your knowledge, did anything get posted on Mr. Bishop's accounts without him being behind it?
No. In fact, everyone's page had to almost be identical to his. And he would say, like, this is what we're posting today. So you guys are all going to post this. You know, and yeah, he was always in control of what was being posted.
And while you were in the group, and even after Mr. Bishop was arrested, did you say positive things online about Mr. Bishop and the group?
Yes.
And today, as you sit here, do you feel like your views in those videos or interviews accurately reflect what happened in the group?
No, I don't. I feel that I was trying to protect him and his image and just our image as what I thought was just like, we're Carbonation. We're this, you know, this group of people who just are like-minded and we want to do something different. And so I was trying to protect that whole image, not really looking at the facts of the matter.
If I could have just a second here.
Sure.
What do y'all think of the
When
testimony?
did you leave Carbonation? I think you already said, but just so we can end with that.
It was April of 2022.
That's all the questions I have at this point. Thank you.
All right, cross.
Thank you. Good afternoon. How are you doing?
Good, how are you?
All right, Robert Booker, read back before.
Yes.
All right, just a couple questions for you. So going back in December of 2017, that's when you first went into this group, is that correct?
December 2017.
Okay, and I believe from your testimony before, you had mentioned that you were living in somewhere up in north of the United States, Michigan or somewhere like that? Seattle, Washington. That's exactly right. And you had just graduated college.
You be getting that wrong on purpose.
I was in school.
You were in college.
Pursuing degree.
Okay. All right. And so you came across this group online. You were pursuing some sort of natural lifestyle, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yes.
And so you came across it online. They fit what you were seeing. And so you ended up leaving school, getting on a plane and going down to, I believe, Mexico, correct?
So no, I was interested in the lifestyle, but I left Seattle and they were in Texas.
In Texas. Okay. So from that time that you left until April 2022, you were with the group the majority of the time, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And so you did go home at some point, but for the most part, you were with the group.
Yes, for the most part, I was with the group.
Okay. How many times do you think you went home over that time frame?
I went home one time.
Was that when you went with Vel?
Yes.
And with the child that she had?
Yes.
Okay. Was that in 2020 or 21?
That was in 2020, I believe.
Okay. And Velvet at that time was married to Eligio Bishop. Is that correct? Or was his main girlfriend or whatever?
She wasn't legally married to him yet.
Okay.
Later on that year, she was.
Okay. And the child that she had with her was the child that they had together?
Yes.
Okay. All right. Now, you indicated, I think, on your direct examination that relationships were sometimes together, sometimes they were not, but it wasn't unusual for males and females to have a relationship unless Mr. Bishop wanted to have a relationship with that female?
Can you repeat your question?
Yeah. So would it be possible for a female to be with another male outside of Mr. Bishop as long as Mr. Bishop didn't want to be with that female?
Yeah, unless if they got his permission
Okay.
to be with that female, then yes.
All right. And when they were with that female, were they with that person on a full-time basis where they would sleep in the same tent or room with them? Or did they sleep separate?
If that's what Eligio wanted,
Okay.
a lot of times we would sleep as a community.
Okay.
Yeah.
So everybody
all
just
sleep in the same room. Yes.
Everybody on the floor in the same room?
Yes.
Okay. And that was when you guys were in Texas and various other places, it was kind of the same
Yes.
rules?
Yes. It was
Okay.
the same.
Okay. And the life that you guys were living at that time, it was for the world basically to see. People were in the lifestyle that was being lived, right?
What we were doing, a lot of people saw it online. Yes.
Okay. It was recorded and produced almost like every day, right?
A lot of it, yes.
Okay. And was it content that was produced that you said stuff in, Mr. Bishop said stuff in, kind of everybody did, right?
Yeah, I would say majority of the group were involved in the videos, like were present in the videos.
Okay. But Mr. Bishop, the underlying meaning behind the videos, Mr. Bishop was the person who pushed that forward. Is that fair to say? Okay. And what kind of video was going to be made? Did he come up with how it was going to be made or things like that?
He would come up with who's going live today, like who's getting on video today, what they're going to talk about. He would stand behind the camera, and if we said anything that he didn't like, he would gesture to us, or he would gesture to us what we should say or what would sound good and how we should say it, all that.
Was it scripted?
Not verbatim like scripted, but we had a jargon, like we had a language that we spoke in.
Okay.
Yeah, and a lot of times things were repeated so much we had the answer for anything because we were saying the same response to.
Okay.
That. Yeah.
All right. Was everything that you guys were saying, was it true?
What do you mean? Was it true?
Was the image that you were portraying to the world, was it a true image? Or were you guys portraying some fiction?
We were not portraying what was truly going on, like all the time. Some of the things that were recorded were truth. Some of the things weren't. Like how we would say, "Oh, we're out here growing our own food, having this community lifestyle where everybody's happy and everybody's glowing and prospering." That wasn't the truth. Behind the cameras, there was a lot of things going on that weren't fitting that image.
Okay.
And then things like where we would put out, where you would put out these things where he would say, "I'm God, and these are my servants. These are the people that I'm out here humiliating, doing these things." Yes, okay, then that was actually the truth, what was going on.
Okay.
But it depends on the video.
Okay. All right. Did the videos differ over time where that, like you just mentioned, where he would have a video to say he was God or whatever he said? Was that something that he did for the entire time that you were around him?
It's interesting because when I first found him online, he wasn't saying that I'm God and everybody's living in my mind. This is my world. He wasn't saying that. He was saying that each person was God's creation. Each being is God's creation, and we are all here to honor God's creation. So he would say, like, "You're God, I'm God. The bees, the trees are God. The animals are God. All these things are pieces of God." But towards the end of my being there, it was like he's God and everybody else is living in his imagination.
Okay. And that was more toward 2021, 2022 timeframe?
Yes.
Okay. All right. Now, you indicated that, I'm going to jump forward to March 24th, 2022. You guys were living in a house here in Atlanta at that time, correct?
2020.
22?
2022, yes.
Yeah, that's what we're here for, March 24th, 2022. So, and you were staying at the house at that time as well?
Yes, I was.
Okay. And was living there as well?
I was living there as well.
Okay. And do you know if she was in a relationship with anybody at that time?
At the time of her staying at the house in Harbor Chase?
Yes.
She was with one other guy in the group at that time, like within that time frame of us being in that house.
Was his name Solar?
Yes.
Okay. And so was Solar with someone else also?
He had a relationship with Zoka at one point.
Okay, so he had a relationship with Zoka and with.
Yeah, different times. Sometimes, well, one time it was at the same time.
Okay. Was that things when they would have something like the one time at the same time? Was that something that was known throughout the house? Was that like just
polygamy or having multiple wives?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes.
Okay. Was the sexual act just done in public also?
The sexual act done in public also. What do you mean?
Well, you just said that he was with both. What did you mean that Solar was with Zoka and Janae at the same time, as in he was dating both of them at the same time, or he was having a sexual act with both of them at the same time?
Oh, well, I don't know what they did sexually, but they were in a relationship at the same time.
So he would have a polygamous relationship where he would be with Zoka and at the same time.
Yes.
Okay. All right. And so when people were in a relationship like that, would they live within the house in the same area? So if Zoka and Solar and they were together, would they all sleep together on the first floor, second floor, somewhere in the house?
Yes, yes. Everybody, no one really had their own space, so it was always like but as far as like their little corner that they had at one point to sleep in with them three, they would sleep together.
Okay. Now, when Mr. Bishop would talk on the videos, did he use a more normal tone of voice, or was it a very slow and deliberate and dramatic tone of voice when he would be on the videos?
He would change. I don't think it was all the time the same thing. Sometimes he would get on video and he would have this sweet personality of this charming guy that you couldn't relate to and you could understand. Sometimes he would get on camera and he would be the teacher or the professor or the therapist, or sometimes he would get on there and he would just be yelling and angry and cursing and things like that. And that's how he was. Okay.
All right. And so there would be a wide variety of Eligio Bishop on video.
How he don't know his own client name?
Okay. Now, March 24th, 2022, you watched, I think you said Zoka hit in the face, slapper, correct? Yes. Okay. And this was during a time that you guys were sitting around Mr. Bishop's desk and he was pontificating about something. Yes. Is that fair to say? He was upset with.
Yes.
Okay. And upset with him?
No, she was more of just like upset and like not getting her point across. Like, trying to tell her side of the story.
Okay. Okay. And so ultimately she gets her bag. She's about to pack and get out there. Yes. Right? The bags were outside in the shed. She gets her bags and she's getting ready to leave.
Okay, yes.
Is that right? You witnessed that?
Ready to leave. Yes.
Okay.
She's getting ready to leave.
Okay. And so that would have been obvious to everybody since she has bags that she's leaving, right?
Yes.
And so you guys are you and the other women are following her around with your phones and your cameras, and you're kind of agitating her, provoking her, right?
And women, yes, everyone was.
Okay. Telling her that, if you leave us, that you're going back to the regular world, basically, right?
Yes.
Okay. And so, but she says, I'm leaving anyway, right?
Yeah, she wasn't really saying anything, but she was just kind of keeping her head down and trying to get out of there. But yes.
All right. And so she is able to call an Uber and get all that set up, and the Uber is outside and she's headed out to leave, right?
Yes, she was able to get an Uber through all that. Yeah.
Okay. While all this was going on and she was packing the bags and waiting on Uber, was anybody hitting her or hurting her during that time frame that you saw?
Not hitting her, but yes, being verbally hurtful, yes.
People were saying mean things to her.
A lot of mean things.
Okay. But she was being bold and strong. She's leaving anyway.
She wasn't being bold and strong, but she was leaving, yes.
Okay. She seemed fearful.
I think she was very in fear.
Okay.
Very much in fear.
Okay. And so she's fearful. She's hearing people say some mean things. Did you hear Mr. Bishop say mean things to her?
Yes.
Okay, so everybody was.
Yes.
They were kind of discouraging her from leaving, right?
Yes.
This was, we want you to stay, but we're not gonna say nice things to make you stay. We're gonna say mean things to make you stay because.
Yes, because we want you to know that leaving is going to be a mistake.
Right.
Yes.
And so it was to discourage her from leaving.
Yes.
Okay. Were there any physical threats made to her though? Like we'll bleep you up or kick you?
Yes. Yeah. Like, if you leave and come back, once you come back, you know what's going to happen.
Okay.
If you try to come back, you're gonna get beat up.
So there really wasn't a reason if you left, if you were fortunate enough to leave, if you came back, because you get beat up if you came back, right?
Can you repeat your question?
Yes, ma'am. There wasn't, if you left and came back, there was a threat if you came back. So it really wasn't a reason to come back, right? If you need a second.
Reason to come back.
There was a reason to come back.
Absolutely.
Okay.
A lot of people left and came back. And the reason to come back is that you would think that the only way to really save your soul is to be in this man's life, is to confess that he's your Lord and Savior and your Messiah.
Okay.
Because at the end of your life, if you made the wrong decision to be out here in the world amongst people who don't know that and don't realize that, you would end up being condemned to hell.
So you'd be in hell or Babylon as has been described, if you were not involved in his life.
Yes.
Okay. So people would come back and they would risk coming back and the physical harm just because of that draw.
Absolutely.
Okay. And so people would leave and come back during that time frame. A lot.
People would leave, people left and came back a lot.
Okay. Men and women.
I'm sorry.
Men and women.
Yes, men and women.
Okay. All right. So she's leaving. She's packed up. Has she ever left before that you've seen in that time frame?
Not during this time frame, but before, yeah.
Okay. So since you had been around her, she had left and come back.
Yes, I believe one other time.
Okay. All right. So she's leaving. But she makes it outside after all that she's gone through. She makes it outside to the Uber, but then she turns around and comes back inside.
Yes.
Okay. And so she goes up to the second floor of the house where Mr. Bishop is waiting up there.
Yes.
Okay. Does he take her in his room or into another room?
To another room.
Okay. Is it the room for the girls or whose room is that?
Yeah, it's the room for the girls. Or just, it was originally, he made it up to be his kids' room. So it was bunk beds in there.
Okay.
But, you know.
Were there kids there?
Yes, my son was there.
Okay. How old was your son then?
My son at the time, he was almost 3 years old. He was 2.
Okay. And who was the father of your son?
Aaron.
Aaron? Okay. The person named True or Ace. That's correct?
Yes.
Okay. All right. That was your boyfriend at the time.
He's my husband at the time.
He's your husband at the time.
Yes, we got married in 2020.
In 2020. Are you guys still married?
Yes, we are.
Okay. All right. Now, you had a kid there with True or Ace, and so Mr. Bishop, you see him. You told the state that he led her in the room. Did you see him physically push her in the room or do anything to touch her to make her go into the room against her will?
I can't remember exactly. So I'm not going to say that, yeah, because I'm not 100% sure.
Okay. So you can't say if he forced her to go in the room or not?
I can't say.
Okay. You didn't hear him hit her or anything like that to make her go in the room?
No.
You didn't hear any physical struggle, or let me rephrase that, witness a physical struggle between them as they went into the room, did you?
No.
Okay. And so when they go in the room, is the door closed?
Yes.
Okay. Do you know if he went into the room first or if she went into the room first?
I don't know.
All right. You really were not paying attention, maybe?
No, I remember seeing them in the hallway going to the third bedroom.
Mm-hmm.
And I remember her like still being having that like upset look on her face. And I remember him walking towards there with her, but I can't remember exactly like if he was touching her or not. Like it was almost 2 years ago. I just can't remember exactly.
Were you on the second floor when they were up there?
No, I was on the first floor looking up.
Okay. And so once they go inside, do you hear anything else, any screaming or physical roughness upstairs, any noises you can hear?
No,
Anything that would lead you to believe someone's fighting or anything upstairs?
no,
Any yelling or anything that would lead people arguing upstairs at all?
I didn't hear that.
Okay. And so after that, then do you guys continue a party? Do you go to sleep? Do you clean up? What do you do after you see it all in the room?
So I was with the other women. We were in his bedroom. I remember we were on the phone with someone. We were just talking and stuff like that. And then I remember shortly after, like just being in the room for a while, and then Eligio walking in the bedroom, and then after him, she came in wearing a different dress. Her hair was wet, like she had taken a shower. And she just sat on the floor, her head down. I remember that.
So she came in the bedroom that the rest of the girls were in, which was Mr. Bishop's bedroom?
Yes.
Okay. And you said she was wearing a different dress or a different shirt?
A different dress, like whatever she had on when she was leaving, she changed. She was wearing one of like our communal dresses, like the dresses. Because all the women share clothes.
Okay.
So she was wearing one of the dresses.
Well, dress is a normal thing, or was it pants and shirts, or just
For women, dresses were normal.
dresses what women would normally wear? Okay. So the dress. So is your opinion that she had a dress on when she was leaving, and when she came back, she had on she went in the room with one dress on, came back out with a different dress?
She was wearing street clothes when she was gonna be leaving. So she had on pants and a top, or she had on pants.
Okay.
But when she came into the bedroom after, she had on a dress.
Okay. And you said her hair was wet as if she had taken a shower or something?
Yes.
Okay. Was that right after Mr. Bishop came in, or at the same time? Did they come in together?
It wasn't right after. It was like minutes after, but I wouldn't be able to tell you how long. But it wasn't like he walked in, she walked in after him.
Okay. Did they communicate when they were in the room?
No, I think no.
Okay. Did she communicate with you guys at all?
I went up to her.
Okay.
And I wanted her to look me in my eyes, and I think I might have touched her face or something. And I told her, you know better.
Okay.
Oh, wow.
All right. And you know better
She
than what?
know better.
To me, it meant that she knows better than to go against Mr. Bishop. She knows better than to disrespect or go against him in any way. She knows better than to say that she wants to leave, because we don't do that. We stay here and we deal with whatever we have to deal with. I just wanted her to know that, you know, I was right, basically. Like, we were right and she was wrong.
Okay.
You know?
Okay. But you were saying it kind of in a sister type of way that, hey, that was a bad idea you just had.
I don't think it was a sister type of way. I just think that it was a way to keep the control of what we had there. Just to constantly reiterate that this was our purpose. What we're doing here is what we're supposed to be doing. You going out there is going against that.
Okay. Did she say anything back to you?
She just I don't know, maybe she shook her head, but she just like continued to look down.
Okay.
And just like, she looked like she was about to start crying.
Did she have her phone with her?
In that moment, I don't remember.
Okay. All right. And so do you guys go to bed after that?
Yes, like later on we went to bed. Me, her, and Zoka slept in the third bedroom. And when I woke up in the morning, she was gone.
Okay. All right. And when you woke up in the morning, it was, I'm assuming, past 9 o'clock, kind of a late sleep. Is that typical for you guys to sleep that late?
I don't remember what time it was. And it wasn't really typical for us to sleep in late all the time. Like, it just depended on what he wanted. If he wanted us to wake up at 3 a.m., we had to wake up at 3 a.m.
Okay. Okay. All right.
It was light outside when I woke up.
Okay. All right. So when you woke up, you didn't see her. Did you speak to her again after that day or later that day at all?
No.
Okay. Okay. Did afterwards, I think the state asked you, you would agree that you left in April 2022, but do you agree that even in March and early April 2022, you were making videos that were in support of Mr. Bishop?
You saying from March to April, was I making videos that were in support of him?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes.
Okay.
I was.
Videos that still, obviously you don't feel that way today, but in that time frame afterwards, you still felt in support of him and whatever teachings that he had. Is that fair to say? Is it after April 2022 that group kind of disbanded, you left and went back to your mom's house?
Can you repeat that question?
Yeah, after April. So in April of 2020, let me try this again. April 2022, you produced some videos where you were at a table with some other women discussing Mr. Bishop. Do you agree with that?
Oh, you're saying, that the live that we did on Vigo, when it was like the women sitting at his desk and we were talking on the camera?
I don't know exactly where you guys were sitting, but it was a bunch of women at a table or something.
Yeah, we were at that table, that long table, we were all dressed in black, and we were talking
Yes, ma'am.
about him and how,
Okay.
I remember that video.
Okay. And you do agree you were in that video and you gave a long statement in support of Mr. Bishop,
Yes,
but you later changed your position.
absolutely.
Okay. All right. And so ultimately you ended up leaving Atlanta and going back to your mom.
Yes.
Okay. All right. Just a couple more questions. When you were in the group, were there days that things were friendly and not cloudy as they sound? I mean, were there times that you guys had good times?
Yeah.
Were there times that were the videos that were produced, were there times that they were actually authentic, where people were
Where people were happy?
yeah.
Oh, man. You know, like, if like looking at it now from this perspective, I don't think anybody was really happy. I think we wanted it to be what we wanted it to be. We really wanted it to be a good thing.
Okay.
We wanted it to be.
It was in existence. Is that, take your time, Tom.
Yeah, we just wanted it to be good. We wanted to make a difference.
Yes, ma'am. What community were you trying to reach when you wanted to make a difference?
We wanted to reach all of humanity, but we were specifically, we wanted to help Black people to see that they were more than, what at the time, like it was a lot of things in the media about Black people just dying, and how our lives were insignificant. We were just wanting to change the narrative, like show that we could be something great and we can come out here, we can grow our own food, and we can live our own way of living, and we can go back to a way of living where we are kind to each other, where we are honest with each other, we have compassion for the earth and each other and all things, and we can see ourselves in each other and other things. But it just turned something very much not that way. At all.
So the target population was African American people.
Yes.
And it was to try to turn them into a better state of mind.
Yes.
Okay. And that was the image that was portrayed, but it really wasn't that.
Yeah.
Okay.
That was the image.
Were the videos, was that the basis of the videos that were originally posted, was trying to get African American people to think smarter?
Yeah, trying to get them to think of themselves. Yeah, like trying to get them to realize that who they've come to be may be something of a fabrication, maybe something that they've learned to be or been programmed to be, but it's not who they really are, authentically.
Okay. And so it's kind of a turn back to nature.
Yes, go back to nature, back to your natural self, your authentic self. You're not just a number, you're something more.
And so is that why some of the videos were about teaching them and trying to encourage them?
Yes.
But it also was relationship advice as well that was contrary to what was actually happening. Is that what you're saying?
It was a lot of things that was contrary, it was a lot of things. It was relationship advice. It was discipline became, something that was abusive. It wasn't, it just wasn't what it didn't all align with the teachings.
Let the girl get off the stand,
Were the
child.
teachings based on the Bible, or were they kind of where did the teachings come from?
No.
Mr. Bishop thought that he was a messenger of God. So a lot of things just came from him and what he believed or what he felt like he experienced. He would tell us a lot about his visions or his, enlightenment and things that he felt. This is what the world is because I had this vision. This is what it is. But also using the Bible to kind of back up what he felt. And then also using like biology and different sciences to back up what he felt.
And that's the same thing that he would be saying in his videos as well. Tell the people, not just to you guys.
Yeah, some of the same things he would say in the videos. Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
All right. Thank you, ma'am.
Redirect.
So Henry, you talked about like the way that sort of the origin story or primary like original mission of the group, and do I understand you correctly that it lost its way somewhere along the line?
Yeah, definitely. Like sitting here today, I don't know if it was ever what I thought it was or what we thought it was.
And what was the cause of that losing its way or not being what it was sold as?
It was Eligio. It was just his power and control. He wanted control over everything and everyone involved.
And like, as time went on, and especially the second time y'all were in Atlanta in 2021, like, was he posting videos of like people having sex online?
Yes, a lot of videos.
And like, was that connected in any way to this origin story?
I don't know how it could be. I don't understand how posting sex videos online is a part of the teaching of having divine knowledge of self. I mean, we did believe in like liberation, but posting sex videos, I don't see how that is liberating for anyone. I mean, I guess some people may feel that way, but sitting here today, like, I don't believe that that's liberating for anyone.
I think that's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you. Anything else?
No, Your Honor.
All right. May she be excused?
Yes.
Okay, thank you so much. All right, y'all doing okay? Do we need to stretch? Restroom break, anything? No? Okay. Sorry, Daniel? Okay. All right.
Okay.
Sure.
Oh my goodness. Let's take a break. I need to refresh on my end, my StreamYard signal saying it's doing something. So let's take a quick break and then we have some things to address. Bring y'all selves up here. Now's the time. Can I, Godmama, did I delete it off here? Did I? I'll be so upset if I delete it. I said, can I be an NAB real quick? But Godmama might not let me. Let me come over. Sorry, I didn't mean to push that, but I was gonna play something. Thank y'all for being here, but yes, let's take an intermission if y'all don't mind.
You don't know what you did to me. Your body language speaks to me. I don't know what you did to me. Your body language speaks to me. Did you listen to them? Don't you know what I am? Keep the trust real close.
All right, I'm off mute. I see Brother Michael is in the back. I see Lurk is in the back, but she's not up here yet. Let me take this down and go ahead and bring Michael up. How you feeling, brother?
I'm good, sister. How you?
You there?
Yeah. Can you hear me?
Nope. I can hear you perfectly.
Okay. How you doing?
Oh, that was a lot.
It was a
That
whole
was
yo. So the first observation
mhm.
is that he definitely was trying to get her to say some things that she absolutely was not gonna say.
Right.
He tried to direct her testimony into such a way where the jury would say, "See," and he sounded defeated to me. If you remember his sort of a vibrato when he was questioning Sister J, his demeanor sounded a lot different than it did that day when
Right.
Questioning Kendra. So it sounds like when a certain strategy wasn't working for him, then it seemed to me that he was going in a direction that it's almost like, okay, well, it's almost like the movie where Nino Brown said, I'm taking everybody with me. So it sounds like there may be some other charges. Just on the surface, the appearance of it, there may be some other charges against other members, because it sounds like what he's saying, like especially when he honed in on the fact that Kendra was harassing Sister J, had the phone in the face, belittling her, not just coming to her as a sister, because he focused on him being a sister to her in that moment, and she absolutely said, well, no, the way I was speaking to her was not as a sister. So it sounds to me like Nature Boy wants to bring other people down with him.
And we've said that before, like, you know, and he's even said that before. If I go to jail, y'all going to jail with me.
Well,
Crayon, is that
before
you?
can we do Kendra's testimony before we dive into all this, please? Because I took some notes. So can we dive into Kendra's testimony before we start breaking down all this
Yeah,
other
but
stuff?
I'm talking about
Wait,
Kendra's
can I say hi first?
Yeah, hi. What's up, Miss Nikki Crane?
I'm trying to get out of work. I'm trying to get out of work, so I'm gonna just stay up here and stay on mute and chime in here and there.
Okay. But real quick, I know you're speaking about Kendra, but I just want to stick to her testimony real quick. Just the things that was brought up. God Mama, I think you collected a couple, but the points this was heartbreaking. This was a heartbreaking fucking testimony. And I think the prosecution executed this surgically. Kendra brought up, well, there's petty things, right? But she brought up her V card. Okay. And she brought up that she wasn't alone with Bishop. Someone was there. So when Brother Philip, you say, well, hey, somebody, other people might get charges. Yeah, because we don't know. Who am I to speak on that? Okay. But Kendra did say that there was other people there, another person there holding her hand.
And that person is on the witness list.
So we're going to have to see where this goes. Another thing I wanted to bring up, she speaks on the forced oral. She speaks on his sperm, aka downloads. So to us, this is such a win. You guys don't understand. People then conspiracy theories. Oh no, you're crazy. They would never do that. The prosecution did so well. Shout out. I'm going to be sending them edible arrangements.
And they deserve it.
I am going to be sending them edible arrangements. Tears won't come yet, but anyways,
maybe later tonight after everything's settled down.
She brings up the truth wasn't recorded, meaning there was no fruit or prospering, meaning what we've always said. Things we've always said. Bishop will present that this is what this lifestyle is, and it's not. And it's not, and it wasn't. Love
Sister
that
Lurker.
for you.
Sister Lurker.
Yes, sir.
So a lot of us that were following the group at that time were making comments in the chats on numerous occasions saying, no, you're not about this because we don't see it. So what did they do in Palenque? They try to create this garden that failed drastically.
Well, that's why I put it in my note as no fruit / prospering. because that is our biggest. That Latanya, where you're at. That's one of the things that not the biggest thing. I won't say that was my biggest thing, but that was one of the things, because I love to see people's fruit prosper. If you claim to have a green thumb and you like, because I do too. I like to grow jalapenos, garlic, onions. I like to grow things, cabbage, green beans. Now we're doing pinto bean. I like to grow things in my garden. I like to have a compost pile. I'm not a big whatever. I won't say hippie, but I enjoy those things.
Hippie.
So if you are saying that, oh, we can move to the tropic of this, the tropic of Cancer, the tropic of Capricorn, in between these lines at the equator, and we can, blah blah blah. I'm going to pay attention. And you're saying diseases of the mind, but you heard Solar's testimony where he said he was trying to do things like Dr. Sebi at first.
None of them can even grow a damn tomato. Never have.
But we also saw mad videos of them going to the supermarket and buying vegetables and bringing those vegetables back to wherever they were at the time, and there being this whole ceremony of unloading the vegetables and the fruit off the truck or whatever, the van, whatever they were driving at the time.
The spaceship.
Right.
And,
the earth plane.
Well, hold on. The cult expert spoke on the starvation in cults and how that's like that's number one. Number one is giving up your food. Number one is we're sharecropping. Number one, that's it. Yes, you can obey me mentally, but you haven't really bowed down to me until you give up your food regimens. Now I have some more control of you. Is the cult
and sleep, yeah.
And then, and then Aaron
I don't mean
came
to be
in.
crass, but give up your food and give up your box. I control it all.
And I liked where Kendra, to jump forward, I liked where Kendra said that her size. She was like, Aaron brought it up too. Oh, we all made sure Bishop ate first. But Kendra brought it up too, that he kept us small. I was small. Not by small, you guys, I'm paraphrasing, but weak, kept us under him, kept us this, yes. And like I've said this time and time again, how intimidating that is. Intimidating for a woman. Oh, I'm so grateful for areas in my life, and I knock on wood and I praise Jesus Christ. But
Sister Lurker, I will also say it was important to keep the women small, but it was also important to keep the men small.
And he did.
Because if you notice,
and Aaron spoke on that. Aaron brought that up. Aaron said we just ate once a day, and we had to wait till Bishop got served first before we could eat. We only had nuts and fruits, and these are.
And if he didn't want to eat,
but we were trolls. Godmama Tracy, where's my babies? We were trolls then, right? We were trolls when we said you were starving your people. And look at this testimony today, or whenever
and
it was
Friday. I think it was crucial, not only for the prosecution, but just for the people who've been watching for a while. It was crucial to see cult known as True and Sheba speak out so heavily against
on the truth,
Eligio.
Because those two
main ones that would constantly badger
him.
you.
This wasn't no damn 15 interview. This wasn't a World News exclusive. This wasn't
to his
the Lurker. This was in court to his face.
That is so vindicating.
I think first and foremost, True and Sheba are very are intelligent people, but they were also very well prepped. I think Solar felt like he almost had this air Like, yeah, I'm on the stage now. You heard? So everybody's watching me. He wasn't really. It didn't seem like he was there.
But he gave the other perspective
He
of what
did.
it's
He
like
did.
in the
He did.
cult.
He
Because
did.
you get a Looney Tune and then you get
Right.
this is a great prism. This is a great rainbow. This is a very great
Dichotomy.
array of
Do
dichotomy.
you guys agree with what I said earlier about how I kind of felt like True made Solar look like a liar?
No. I
In
don't think.
what way?
I don't
You know
think.
what?
I don't think True looked like a liar. Listen, True was very direct. He looked that man in his face. The eye contact was amazing, and he was very direct and succinct with what he was saying, but he was clear with what he was saying. True, Solar seemed to be sort of nonchalant. He was swinging in his chair and all of that type of shit. But True was like right in your face, like eye contact, all of that. But he was respectful. He kept calling the lawyer sir and all of that.
And not only that, the name Mr. Bishop was brought up. I was like, oh, cute. Not the ex-cult members calling him Mr. Bishop, because they used to call him Chief. We used to get blocked. I used to go in the chat and be like, where's that bitch ass nigga Bishop
Yeah, you
at? They're
couldn't
like,
say
blocked.
Eligio. If you said Eligio or any of that shit, you was out of there.
Blocked. Now they understand I'm talking about Mr. Bishop. And I said, I know that's right. And listen, I don't hold I'm not gonna harbor. I listen, I am grown now. It is what it is. Y'all go deal with it. Whatever Bishop's outcome is, it is what it is. But I am so grateful for these testimonies. They were truthful, they were honest, and the prosecution did
Hey,
their
yo,
fucking job.
can I ask you
Shout
this
out to the
question?
prosecution.
Can I ask you this question real quick? I'm a man.
We got about, I think we have like 10. What time is it? It is, okay, I got about like 10, 15 more minutes, guys. I can't stay today.
I got you. But I'm just coming from a male perspective. I'm interested in what the women think. For True to still be married to Sheba, knowing the type of things that Nature Boy did to her, and for them to still be together, that takes a special type of dude. Because I don't know
Well,
if
I
I
mean,
could.
Rambo's still with Serenity. Rambo's still with Serenity. So what are you
So
talking
you
about?
only be with a chick who's never, ever, 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 ever been touched by another man? That takes a special kind of dude. That's a weird thing to say, bro.
I'm not sure what your issue is. I'm just asking an honest question.
I thought you were asking the ladies.
Right, but for some reason
He don't ever like when I answer him. It's a tone thing. He wants me to.
Crayons wants
I've been trying to control myself, trying to be professional about this, but at a certain point, I'm just really getting pissed. Just excuse me. I've been trying to control.
You should worry more about what I'm saying than how I'm saying it.
An adversarial position, and I'm not sure why.
Isn't that how we explore? Isn't that how we explore ideas? Is by looking at all the sides.
You know what?
Why am I holding the mic like this?
Shoot your shit. Shoot your shit. Talk your shit.
I was responding to what you said. You said it takes a special kind of guy to be able to be with her, knowing that she was, summarizing, basically touched by another person. I'm sorry, but that's a weird thing to say.
Yeah, what was your, no, hold on. Let me come in. What was your implication? Because you did say, hey, ladies, what is your thoughts on this? So our thoughts on that is like, what is the issue? She came to Bishop as a V-carded young impressionable.
Okay, so maybe I need to phrase it a different way. What I'm saying is,
shout out to the Mod Squad.
They both came to the group. They both came to the group believing in a spiritual. They were on a spiritual journey, and that this man was their spiritual father, so to speak. No, okay.
Did you hear her testimony, sir?
I did.
So what's your question for us?
My question is once they realized that this dude was a fraud, what I'm asking is, the fact that he remained together with Sheba, knowing that the journey they went through together was a complete sham. I'm saying if I'm a man, now I don't understand cult mentality, so let's start there.
You're still not giving what's the question for the women, my love.
The question is, how do y'all feel about them still being a married couple, considering what they went through?
I know some people right now before, and I've said this before, and I'm not going at you, Brother Phillips, but let me answer your question politely, sir. I know people right now that are legally married to somebody that they're not with, people that are in the military, people that are this and that. I know people that are legally married and are not with that person. I'm not going to switch my thought process because it's a cult. This nigga got people married in order to do like some legal paperwork in the United States and fly under the radar and let's go get benefits and blah, blah, blah. He's not the first one. There's plenty of people in the military that have done it. There's plenty of people that are doing it for, what do they say, 90 days fiance stuff. There's people that are out here legally married to somebody that they're not with. So that's not going to be my measurement of, oh, you guys got married and now I'm judging you. No, my measurement of judgment has been thrown out the window because of what I heard today, the truth. And it was well articulated. It was personal. It was hurtful to hear.
I think that's pretry much what I'm talking about, is that when they were married,
Y'all want to, there's people, they say, oh, there's new people, there's this, there's that.
I guess
Hours on the phone, late night things. I don't know what the jury's going to do. I'm just so grateful for the truth that came today.
Yeah.
Facts.
Today.
Big, hard, powerful truths.
Especially coming, like I keep reiterating, especially coming from those two. Because those two did a lot in the name of Nature Boy,
What?
as
And people keep
within and
bringing up
without cult.
Pops. People bring up Pops. I'm like, I'm grateful.
Absolutely. It took a lot of courage, and I applaud Kendra for doing what she did, because the whole she gave more, because okay, let me back up a little bit and stop chopping my words. Kendra was not the type, Sheba was not the type to ever leave. So we never got the quote unquote mad day live from her. We never got her firsthand experience of what it was like being in this cult. Now when she did, her interviews or whatever, we kind of got the gist. But what she said today on the excuse me, on the stand were things that I didn't even know. Her being in the relationship with Aaron, and one of the girls coming to tell her that Nature Boy wants to speak to her, and her saying to Aaron, I don't want to be with him. I don't want anything to do with him. So nothing's going to happen for her to have to come perform oral sex on this man, and she doesn't want to. That was nothing any of us ever really knew. Did we suspect that? Yes, we had outside perspective or outside just judgment, right? On this is probably what's
There
happening,
was
but
rumors.
Here's
yeah,
another
Right.
question.
But that makes
it was
her
never just
all the more credible, I think. The fact that she never went out there and was like, this is what happened to me, and everybody listen and pay attention to me. She never did any of that. She was like, well, when the time is right, I'll say what I gotta say. Even when she came out and told her story, she didn't say, she was just like, yeah, you know, I'm doing something else now.
Here's another
That's
question.
basically all she said.
When Sister J was on the stand, y'all can correct me if I'm wrong, but I never heard her say that she was summoned to the second floor. I heard she went up there to give him a hug, but Solar, True, and Sheba all said that she was called upstairs to go see him when she was about to leave. So if she said it, I missed it, but I'm just curious. I don't think I heard her say that, and I'm curious why she didn't say that.
I don't think she was led to that. I
I
think
can't.
I think she was prepped, and it was more a prep than it was a free style.
But wouldn't that be wouldn't that be important though to say? Like if that's what happened, that would be important for her to say, man.
That's where the defense comes in, brother
That's
Philip.
also why we have a lot of different witnesses, right? Because two people looking at the same thing can see two different things, right? So it's important to have 2, 3, 4 different people all saying, oh yeah, I was there, and they all may have slightly different recollections. Two people might identify pink as magenta and pink. You know what I mean? Same thing though. You know it means the same thing. It's generally the same idea. And you can kind of get a full picture from that.
So SoFly Gemini is saying that she did say he called for her. I didn't hear that.
Right.
That's what I was asking.
I couldn't say for
I
sure.
didn't hear her say that.
I don't
So I
recall.
just
I'm
wanted to
gonna
be
mute
sure.
Ibrahim if
Are we talking about the victim or are we talking about
We're
Kendra?
talking about the victim.
The victim said that, because I have it written down.
He did call
The
for her,
victim
and
said
then
that Malia was standing at the top and said, "God is calling. Will
calling
you
for
answer
you.
the call?"
I heard.
they
Aaron
used
said,
pink. They
I didn't hear.
Solar. I'm sorry,
See, I
we're all
didn't hear.
talking at the same time, so I
I
can't
didn't
hear
hear the
you.
victim
Go
say that.
ahead, Godmama. Go ahead, go mama. Go ahead, Godmama.
And then Solar backed that up, saying, yes, Malia is the one that said God is calling. But True said it was Aya that said something, but he also then reiterated that he wasn't really sure because there was a lot going on and he wasn't like as close as everybody else was. Because Aaron testified that he really wasn't even in the room when after she like as she was walking up the stairs, he was leaving the room basically.
Yes, that's what Aaron said. Oh,
Yeah,
there's my
because I thought I heard
Hi,
Aaron said he
Mia.
was
Come
outside.
Yes. He was outside at one point, then he came inside and walked away. Because
But
at
he,
that time everybody knew what time it was, you know?
right.
It was just another day. They didn't think that that specific incident was going to lead them to having to testify on the stand. They just thought it was another day in the world of Eligio Bishop.
Right.
And that's what I'm so grateful for.
Mm-hmm.
That's what I'm so grateful for is they're not treating this like another day in a
Right.
real moment. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Because we don't have to see Bishop on the stand. We just know truth is coming out their mouth. Truth, because we didn't know what to expect from these witnesses, or we didn't know what to expect. And what a beautiful thing.
So let me ask this question: What kind of damage?
Oh shit!
What kind of damage can Malia, Aya, or Ephraim do when they're called as defense witnesses to counter what's been said?
It depends on if they're seen as credible, and I think their credibility's been destroyed before they even got up there.
Well, since the defense wants to bring up somebody, the expert cult witness and his 1982 felonies, can we bring up the girls' felonies? You know, like get the front door out of here. Get the front door out of here. If we're bringing up felonies, then we're bringing them all up.
Mhm.
Are these the same women that drove or tried to fly a drone and bring you some illegal substances, sir? Right. But you want them on the stand. Not one, not two, not
I'm wondering. I wonder if they can bring that up to impeach the witness. I'm wondering if they can.
well, if they brought it up for the expert cult witness, why wouldn't they do it for Bishop's little tribe hive?
Well, because sometimes, and I'm not saying for sure in this particular instance, but sometimes the rules are different for the prosecution and the defense, right? Like, the rules are also different depending on what kind of witness it is. So, like, I have no idea if they're going to be allowed to bring it up or not.
And you know, they might declare Malia a hostile witness.
Well, it depends on how she behaves.
Like I said. Because if she already out there in the waiting room and areas acting a fool, she gonna act her color on that motherfucking screen, okay?
I forgot
Lights
my
are
charger. I
not
had to come all the way back. All right, now I'm going home. I just had to come all the way back because I forgot my charger. Try this one more time. Take two.
So a lot of things that happened to Malia while she was a member of Carbonation were captured on YouTube. So my question is, could they not impeach, or will they be able to impeach Malia as a witness based on YouTube videos?
I guess it would depend on what they ask her and what she respond. You know, her response to that and that question would be, if she would lie on the stand, basically. And I'm sure they're gonna try to, because that's one of the notes that I wrote down too. Is that I think my observation is that Mr. Booker misspeaks, or what we consider doesn't listen on purpose. I think he's doing it just
I
to
agree.
get off balance. Um, you know, to try to impeach or claim perjury on the witness, because he tried to do that with Aaron. Well, you testified to this date earlier, but
Yeah.
Aaron was on his one too, and he was like, that's not what I said. That was when I was
Well,
discharged.
Yeah, discharge from the military.
Well, and I've noticed that Mr. Booker doesn't really have his shit cemented. They do. The witnesses do. So that's a cakewalk if the prosecutor lined it up correctly, in my opinion.
Yeah.
The defense can try and drill through it as much as he wants to, but he didn't go watch those 7 little videos that the cult expert watched. Oh, he has thousands of videos and you only watch 6. Remember, Bishop used to use that against us. All of this defense has been used against us. So the prosecution clearly did their homework. They were ready for that. And they prepared
Hey,
their
yo,
witnesses for that.
Sister Lurker, and what was
Child,
key?
goodbye.
What was key that the experts said was, I only needed to see 6 to 12 videos to understand who this man was. I didn't need to
walk like a
1,000
dove.
videos.
He told him, hold on, he said, have you watched? He said, because surely if you had watched the same ones, you'd come up with damn near the same conclusion I did.
Indeed.
And we're not experts.
Who the hell is
I'm
watching 1,000 videos?
Some people going undercover.
All them angry people on the internet that Nick at Night was talking about.
Oh, no. I mean, we watch those videos, but I'm talking about this expert witness. I wouldn't be at my computer watching 1,000 plus videos.
Yeah, and it's pointless too, because if the ones that you
there's more than 1,000. Nikki, I'm sorry. Go ahead, baby. Nikki, it's your turn. I'm sorry, but there's more than 1,000 videos.
Yeah, well, he was saying like, you know, the ones that I watch, like it doesn't. He can have 998 cooking videos. Those are not relevant to what I'm fucking talking about. Like, I'm not looking for his cooking videos, his shopping videos, his makeup videos. I'm not looking for none of that. I don't care how many of those there are. I'm looking for the ones where he says, "I'm God. You listen to me." Da 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 da. And I found enough. That's it.
Hey, yo,
There's no impeaching that.
which movie did Nature Boy get that character from when he was talking in that voice?
Which one? He was a character for plenty of movies. He pretended to
No,
be
but I'm
plenty of
talking
people.
about when the
But right
defense.
now, it's
No, I'm
looking like
talking about
training
the
day.
video with the
Oh,
Today,
defense.
the
it looks
whispering
like
one.
training
Yeah,
day.
but he was
Right
he was
Yeah,
now,
he
talking
did
real
Denzel
right
slow
a
and
now.
lot.
That nigga
methodical.
looked like training day, where everybody turn on his ass.
Right, that was some Denzel.
Dude.
I'm gonna make you love me. Like, what the fuck is wrong with you?
There
Shoot
were many
program.
times in the chat just saying like, "Oh, Eligio personality number 35 has just checked in." You know, I really do. All jokes aside and everything else, I really do feel like the man is mentally ill. I feel like he needs extensive
No, God, Mama, I'm not going with you.
therapy. Maybe you know,
No,
maybe
I'm not
that's
going
just
with
why
you. I'm not going with you. But go ahead.
Yeah, some people
he
are just fucked up.
Hey, yo, there's no way
he
he's not. There's no way he doesn't have any mental issues. But is he clinically diagnosed as
Yes.
schizophrenic? Any of
But a
that? I don't
Does
know.
personality
he
disorder
have
is not the same as a mental illness that makes you not culpable, right?
he
Personality disorders, that's
Right,
real.
he has
right,
disorders. He
right.
has disorders.
And
Is he
to
mentally
that point,
insane? No.
and
But
to
does
that
he have
point, a lot of the
disorders?
members of that group are also have some emotional issues. That's why they were there.
Mhm.
Dr. Bishop, he was their therapist, honey.
You guys, I have to go. But before we do, Brother Philip said he's really trying to put words in her mouth. And I agreed when the defense was coming at her. Or it was a prosecution. Let me tell you exactly what he did to you. She said, let me, or the defense. And she said, let me tell you what he did. And yes, ma'am. So this is from Marquise. Did the judge say anything about stuff posted this weekend?
No,
No.
they're not going
So
to.
that's another thing that we need to keep in mind, though. Not only are these supposed to be witnesses or whatever, y'all have been harassing all weekend. Here we go. The last one. God Mama, reminder for later 404B.
Order. Yeah, I found the 404B order. There was a lot of questions about why are they allowed to talk about this stuff? It's not happening right now. And I kept yelling, 404B, 404B. There has to be a 404B. There is. I'm just not purchasing it. But I found the 404B order allowing in the prior bad acts. So that answers the question as to why they're allowed to talk about all this other stuff.
And the judge made notion of that before Kendra proceeded with that portion of her
Yes.
her sexual assault story as to why she's able to testify against that. Crayons and Brother Phillips, do y'all have any closing words that you want to say before we close out?
Well, plenty because I only just now got home and can talk, but we'll save it for the next sesh.
All right.
Yeah, I just wanted to say today was or whatever day this happened, was a very good day for the prosecution.
Yes.
Yeah, I'll yell at Michael later.
This was a win. this was this was a win for us. I love you and Michael, so you guys will just figure it out. It is what it is.
It is what it is.
You guys will figure it out.
He'll either get mad or get over it. It's okay, bro. It ain't personal.
No, it never has.
All right. I'll see y'all later. Love you. Bye.
Love you. Bye.
Peace, Sister
Peace,
God
Brother
Mama, and
Phil.
peace, Sister Lurker.
Peace.
All right. And for the rest of y'all, we'll be back tomorrow, God Mama, yeah?
Yes, we shall be
We'll be
back
back
tomorrow.
tomorrow with whatever comes out. There's some side
'Cause this
quests
one
going on. We have no involvement with those side quests. We have a mission. Okay, we're still getting thank y'all. We love you. Everybody that's come through, we love you. We've given you another 5 hours. Ooh, mother. Y'all better keep this same energy.
I swear. Oh, yes, I swear. And I think one testimony we missed in Fridays is maybe an officer's. I'm not sure
Mhm.
because they made mention to that. So
They
maybe
they
she'll or maybe I'm just hearing wrong.
They said
Or
something about they're gonna do that Monday, but I also have to go back and cut that first officer's thing as well. So
Mhm.
there's some clipping and dipping and things I need to do, which hi, we unlock. How are you, love? Hit the up like we're about to end the show. But those are things that we're going to do. We're gonna clip up some things. Just give us a moment. You know, we're
And I
playing.
know a lot of y'all wanted to hear the victim's testimony again, so give us some time to make sure that is presentable to the public,
Mhm.
and maybe on a slow day we can go through it. I heard that Syrian hit the stand today, so that means Velvet is shortly there behind. That was before
And
lunch,
we're
so
behind on the point of views of the people who have been there.
yes.
Medea,
Yeah.
T, I heard there, like I said, there's
Lisa.
side quest. There's some
Mhm.
side, yes, Lisa. I heard there was other interviews, other things
World
which
is
we're
down
not
there.
getting too involved in, but there are side quests that
Just
if
so you
it
guys can be aware of that goal, if you're trying to find the road map of what's popping,
mhm,
because the Nature Boy sector is on and popping
it
again,
is. Yes,
but
Nature
over
Boy
here we just
Detective is oh, Nature Boy sector is active.
as
And
we
I,
all
you know what, as the we should be, bitch.
as we
Fuck,
should be.
fuck you thought this was, hoe. Fuck you thought this was, hoe. We active in this motherfucker, okay?
Okay. Ready to see you go to jail.
Bishop going, I bet Bishop just all them sweaty dreams we used to have. Remember, we used to be sweating and dreaming, and now
I bet he's doing it.
hallelujah,
Mhm.
hallelujah, hallelujah. Don't make me do it. Don't make me do it. In Jesus' name. Talking about what was his name, nigga. His name was Thank You. We appreciate y'all. We'll be back tomorrow. Peace.